people to join, or
I think I have the live stream going on YouTube as well.
Yes, let's begin.
So good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone, depending on your time zone that you are into. A very warm welcome to this LFDT India chapter hosted event, where we are celebrating exceptional women in blockchain space who are working in blockchain space. And so we are proud to be organizing this event, and it's the 6th event in the series where we are celebrating women in blockchain. Myself, Ankita Patedar, I'm a co-chair at LFDT India chapter and a tech lead at Ironworks. So thank you everyone for joining us today across the globe. And we have some amazing women leaders who have joined us as a speaker today. And I'm sure there are going to be some takeaways for each and every one of us. So before we start about LFDT India chapter, so LFDT India chapter is a regional chapter under LF Decentralized Trust. And it is to nurture the community good growing in India and promoting contribution and collaboration for LFDT projects. And we conduct events like this throughout the year, like hackathons, meetups, workshops, and so on. So if you want to join, or if you have some idea, or if you want to present anything, feel free to reach us on LinkedIn, Discord, or join the weekly meetings that we have, which is IST 3 to 4 p.m. on every Thursday. You're most welcome to join. And just before starting, I would like to mention few things that this community, the India chapter community that we are in today, it's been built past over years and by our previous co-chairs, leaders, and contributors. So I would like to thank them all for laying such a strong foundation for us today. And I'll hand it over to my colleague, Garima, to have a brief introduction about the members that we have in the LFDT India chapter. Yeah, Garima.
Thank you, Ankita, for a brief introduction about the LFDT Trust, what we are doing inside the community. Thanks for the introduction. So now let me introduce our chapter. So we have in India chapter Anusuya ma'am. So Anusuya ma'am, she is taking care of student chapter, India student chapter. Along with that, a lot of contribution she is doing. And then we have Ankita. She is a co-chair of LFDT India Trust. Then myself, I'm taking care of the government. Government alliance in India. Then Ritu is there. She is also part of core part of LFDT India chapter. Then Kamlesh, he is a co-chair. Then we have Vikram. Vikram is also co-chair of LFDT India. Then Karthik is a big support for all of us and participating in all the activities what we do here. So Ankita, next. So let me introduce Danlia. So we are honored to have Danlia as our keynote speaker at the Women's in Blockchain Tour 2025 conference as a general manager of LFDT Trust at Linux Foundation and executive director of LFDT India. Danlia plays a pivotal role in advancing open source blockchain, digital identity, decentralized technologies with a deep expertise in enterprise blockchain adoption, governance model, and trust frameworks. She has been instrumental in shaping the global landscape of decentralized trust. Her leadership has driven key initiative in Hyperledger, identity management, and open source collaborations, making her a leading voice in the blockchain industry. We look forward to her invaluable insights as share her vision for the future of trust, transparency, and decentralization. So next, I want to welcome Julian Gordon to the Women's in Blockchain conference as the Vice President of Asia Pacific and Middle East at Linux Foundation. Trust Julian is a key leader in driving enterprise blockchain adoption and decentralized technology across the globe. So that's they are the main key leaders that we have. So now I want to hand over to Ritu. She will talk more about women's in blockchain and what kind of initiative we can have, how we can collaborate as a woman, and how we can support each other as a woman to grow in decentralized world. So Ritu.
All right. Thank you so much, Garima and Ankita. And this is such a beautiful, Saturday morning, spending with a lot of women leaders today. I welcome all of you to this wonderful event. It's such a distinct honor to, be here. This is Women in Blockchain Season 6. My name is Ritu, and I co-lead the events and engagement at LFDT India chapter. And this is we had been doing it consecutively every year. This is an annual event which is being, presented by Hyperledger India chapter. It comes under the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust Initiative. I would say over the years, this event has evolved into more like a very pivotal platform, bringing together a diverse array of women professionals, be it researchers, developers, business leaders, legal experts, innovators, all of them, united by the shared passion of blockchain and Web3 technologies. So here our mission is to challenge the prevailing myths and showcase how women across the globe have, surmounted barriers to emerge as world-class leaders in this dynamic field. So today's agenda would include, of course, we'll have Denelia to open up with the keynotes. After that, we will have various panel discussions. We'll have very interesting, starting from tokenization to, future of digital identity, role of community in blockchain adoption, and also the role of academia in, the blockchain adoption and innovation. So to be honest, this event is not just a series of discussions, I would say. It's more like a celebration or, that empowerment or innovation and collaboration. So happy Women's Day to all of us. And thank you all the men who always support us. This chapter is like, inclusion of everybody together. Thank you all for joining us. And, here's to a day filled with inspiration, learning, and meaningful connections. So without further ado, I would like to invite Daniela on stage. I think Garima actually gave a very good intro about her, but more from a perspective of what she does, I would quickly like to, share a few lines for her. So Danielia serves as General Manager Blockchain, Healthcare Identity at Linux Foundation. And she also is serving as an Executive Director at Hyperledger Foundation, with overall strategic and operational responsibility for staff, programs, expansion, and execution of Hyperledger's mission. Danielia has more than 20 years of enterprise technology experience, including serving for 4 years in Hyperledger Foundation's Vice President of Worldwide Alliance, with responsibility for the member community as well as broader industry and business community outreach and overall network growth. I welcome you, Danielia, and happy Women's Day to you. Thank you for coming.
No, thank you, and happy Women's Day to all. It is, I'm going to share my screen. There you go. Hopefully you can see my screen. It is so important more and more for us to make sure that we are celebrating International Women's Day and International, Women's Month as well, Women's History Month as well this month. I think Garima said that we've been celebrating International Women's Day here at Linux Foundation Regional Chapter in India for the last 6 years. And it has been my honor to participate in many of these events throughout the year. So I want to thank everyone. I want to thank the chapter leads and the the regional chapter as a whole to getting together. The content today is amazing, and I'm really looking forward to it. I see someone with a raised hand. Vikram, do you have a question or need something? No. Okay, great.
Sorry.
Thank you. And For those of you who might be new and maybe you stumbled across the celebration of our women developers and engineers in the India chapter in the India region and worldwide as well. I see some folks from New York on who are in the late Friday evening. I'm here in San Francisco where it's Friday night at 8:43. I flew in from Tokyo this morning. I took a nap, don't worry, I'm awake. It's amazing to see the growth of the community and how people are celebrating all the work that our India chapter has done. So I was asked to talk a little bit about the future of blockchain, the future of LF Decentralized Trust. Before I go, I want to remind everybody that all Linux Foundation activities, including those happening under LF Decentralized Trust, do follow our antitrust policy. And if you have any questions, those are always on the website. All are welcome to participate and contribute to our Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust organization and community worldwide. And I truly believe that respectful collaboration starts with all of us. So I want to thank you all for today's contributions and for supporting each other as well. For those of you who might be a little bit new to LF Decentralized Trust, we are the open source foundation for decentralized technology ecosystems. And what that means is when we're talking about decentralized technologies, these refer to systems and applications like distributed data, processing, that control across multiple points in the network rather than relying on a single central authority. The kind of examples of projects within our community are blockchains, distributed ledgers, smart contracts, decentralized file storage, decentralized identity systems, zero knowledge proof, multi-party computation, federated systems, and much, much more. In September of 2024, we expanded our community from the Hyperledger Foundation and Trust over IP to this new super umbrella LF Decentralized Trust. And we have more and more of these projects coming in and building a global open community within our foundation. There is no doubt that the impact of decentralized technologies are being felt across the world. They're reshaping markets and disrupting traditional business models and systems, from finance to trade to government services. And essential to all these is tokenized asset classes and networks. Just alone in BCG put out a report last year where just in asset tokenization, there was a predicted market cap of $16 trillion by 2030. And I guarantee you, if BCG does that report again in 2025, that number is going to be much, much higher because we're seeing people and organizations putting these technologies into use and seeing great value as they move into production. What we're doing with decentralized technologies, with many of you at LF Decentralized Trust are doing, is really modernizing the core infrastructure in finance and trade, in government and healthcare, and much more. And I know a lot of the talks today will cover a lot of that core work happening in India and beyond. It's important to recognize the opportunities that our community over the last 9 years, this December we'll be celebrating our 10th year anniversary at the Linux Foundation working on blockchain and decentralized technologies, but the shift from Web 2 to Web 3. Where in Web 2, platforms control user data, transactions, and identity. And the trust, it really relies on the corporations and the intermediaries that control those platforms. In Web 3, however, the shift goes to powers to the user through open source code and open standards that really eliminate that single point of failure. In Web 3, trust is established through verifiable cryptographic proofs, smart contracts, and decentralized governance, ensuring transparency and security without the need of a central authority. And I think a lot of the talks you'll see later on will explain how that goes about. So today in a Web3 world, as we move towards it, trust is through code, not through the institutions that control the data platforms. So more and more open source development is essential for these decentralized technologies. And there is no doubt that open source has won in the Web3 world for sure. But what's needed is open source that is openly developed for these decentralized technologies to be able to be implemented into the next infrastructure of financial services and government. So open source that is openly developed and openly governed is essential for decentralized technologies. And really that is what we focus here at LF Decentralized Trust, where we believe the future of decentralized technologies is open source that is openly developed and openly governed. With all the contributions of many of you in the audience today is how we get there. From our community, as I said, we have been here at the Linux Foundation for 9 years. We have hundreds of global enterprises and startups that are participating in our ecosystem. We have 17 different projects and more than 50 active labs. These are all communities that are working together in order to meet the needs of decentralized technology requirements. We're very grateful for the support of our members worldwide and our contributors and maintainers that work across many industries around the world. We're especially proud today of our India-based headquartered members that support the work that the foundation does. So I want to thank, for those of you that are listening today, for your continued support of the foundation and the work that not only the India regional chapter and all the thousands and thousands of developers and engineers are doing in our community, but worldwide, the engineers that are supporting global implementations using LF Decentralized Trust projects. I'm also very proud to say that we are going into our 6th year. I think we've started our 6th year of the India chapter for LF Decentralized Trust. The regional chapter in India is now close to 25,000 people strong. I remember when it was a couple hundred, and I think I see many of you here on the screen, and you were there 6 years ago. And it's fantastic to see the growth of the India chapter. And it is our largest regional chapter in the world. And it's not just the largest by numbers, but really by the contributions that the regional chapter members are doing, from maintainers and contributors across all our projects and labs, to the first project that's been contributed by an India headquartered company, which is Credible, that is our newest project just announced last month. And we're very proud of the growth of contributions from the India community as well. There are many other highlights that we are going to be publishing in 2 weeks' time in our upcoming Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust ebook, where we'll be highlighting all the work of the chapter, some major use cases in India, as well as our supporting members throughout the region. But once again, thank you to all the regional chapter members that make this happen. As we think about the projects and the future of projects that are coming into LF Decentralized Trust and the support of our existing projects, it really is a timeline that meets the needs of the enterprise. So since 2015, we have been the home for enterprise blockchain and decentralized identity projects across many different sectors. And just last year in 2024, we announced and launched 5 new projects, including Web3J in the Ethereum ecosystem, Hyperledger Identis, which is in the Cardano ecosystem, Lochnas, which is a cryptography library with MPC and signature threshold cryptography libraries, Hyro, which is the entirety of the Hedera code base, and as I just mentioned, our newest edition, Credible, coming from the region for my digital identity, decentralized identity framework. And what will happen in 2025? And I hope many of you are looking to bring code projects and bring communities into our labs, into our projects from the local chapters leads as well. When we think about the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust growing landscape of projects, today we look at ledger technologies, projects that's supporting interoperability, so important as many of these blockchain networks continue to proliferate. Integration and implementation. How do enterprises deploy these ledgers, technologies, these digital technologies? Decentralized identity as we continue to grow projects that are really meeting the needs of millions and millions of verifiable credentials around the world, and cryptographic tools and protocols. And this might expand the type of categories that fall under decentralized technologies, and we have a very strong pipeline of labs and projects going in. And once again, I challenge many of you who are interested in building a global community around your code bases to talk to us about contributing those as well. And not all blockchains are going to fit the needs of everyone. There's certainly not one size fits all. And we've been saying this very early on in from 2017 forward, that there's a need for both permissioned and permissionless blockchain technologies, and public and private. And we see, as you see the timeline and the projects coming in, that we continue to support many of these projects and different use cases. One thing that I'm very proud of is just recently, Besu, which is our Ethereum ledger project, our EVM, that runs about 40% of the world's financial services tokenization efforts from a permission perspective, also supports the Ethereum mainnet. And Besu today has about a 16% share of the Ethereum mainnet node, which means that 16% of the Ethereum mainnet on a day-to-day basis, 24/7, is reliant on Besu as an execution client. This is just up from 4% about 18 months ago. So we're very proud of the growth of that community and the continued support of the Ethereum mainnet as well. Throughout the world, we're seeing LF decentralized trust projects being implemented in central bank digital currencies and beyond. And over 80% of central banks worldwide now have projects that are in CBDC projects, either in the wholesale or in the CBDC retail side. And many of them are powered. I would say most of them are powered by the projects under LF decentralized trust. This includes Fabric, Besu, Firefly, and Aurora. You can see here, especially with the RBI and other projects in the region, the project Bakan with the Bank of Cambodia with Hyperledger Aroha, which was one of one of the first CBDC projects, and worldwide as well, as we continue to expand throughout the world, and our central bank community continues to expand as well. As many of these blockchain projects go into production, and more blockchains and more platforms and protocols are being used, there is a continued need for global interoperability. And just recently, about 2 weeks ago, we hosted a workshop in New York City at JP Morgan for 2 days, where we really saw layer ones like Solana and Chainlink and Polygon and others come together talking about the global need for interoperability across blockchain projects. And we're really proud and hopeful that many of these conversations and many of these projects will be under LF Decentralized Trust in order to support the need for interoperability globally. If you check out our use case tracker, we now have over 250 of these use cases that are built with LF Decentralized Trust projects. So if you go on our website, you can navigate by type of project, what projects they're using, and what the status is as well. If you have built something using our projects, any of our projects, Hyperledger Fabric, Besu, Hyro, anything, I encourage you to submit your use cases to our use case tracker. And maybe next year, when we are celebrating International Women's Day, it'll be 500 plus use cases, and 50% of them will be by women developers and engineers in the market. So I want to thank you in advance for doing that. So what is the future for us? Well, the future is you. I am so excited about the next 3 panels, talking about tokenization and how it's reshaping the digital economies. As I mentioned, that is so important for us to be a critical part in driving the financial inclusion for women worldwide. Panel 2, in the future of digital identity around privacy, security, and trust. That is the future of how our society is turning into a digital society and creating digital trust within the world. In panel number 3, we're going to talk about the role in community and blockchain adoption. I travel the world worldwide, and I consistently point to the India regional chapter as a leader in the ecosystem, and especially our women engineers in India that make me so proud to be part of this community and be your executive director at the foundation level. And then panel number 4 on the role of academia in blockchain adoption and innovation, the critical work that our community has to bring upon a pipeline of developers, of engineers, and of entrepreneurs into our community. And it's all of you here in the room today that are going to do that. So when asked what is the future of blockchain and what is the future of LF Decentralized Trust, the future is you. So thank you.
Thank you, Ranlia. So I have a couple of questions for you.
Absolutely.
So can I ask some questions? Okay.
Sure, of
So,
course.
okay. So what steps can organization like LFDT takes to encourage more women to enter and thrive the blockchain space? Because as a women leader, you can guide more women how they can make their career into decentralized trust or maybe in the blockchain space.
Mm-hmm. I think, I talked a bit about the pipeline, right? And creating a pipeline of engineers. And also, it's not just engineers. We need marketers, right? We need business development people that can sell the vision of using blockchain throughout different, types of projects and use cases. So from an LF Decentralized Trust, like I said, I think that the regional chapter in India is probably the model that the regional chapters and our communities worldwide should follow. If you look around in any of the meetings I ever go to or I listen to with the India regional chapters, you can see the leadership in women by putting our faces, right? By having women's sessions, by making sure that there's always people that look like you, right, that talk like you in front of the audience. This is how we're going to recruit new women into our community as well. But very important as well as our allies. And I see that day to day across our Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust ecosystem is our male allies working around the world to make sure that they are including us as well. So if the answer is follow the lead of the regional chapter in India. And I think we'll very quickly do that. We'll focus on doing training and education, and hopefully a lot of the free programs that we offer, including those programs on edX. We just launched a Bezu professional certification course. We just launched the new Fabric course as well. Those are the kind of things that we can do to bring upon new developers and engineers into our ecosystem.
Good insight about how we can collaborate.
There you go. I'm sorry, can you say that again? I just have to mute somebody.
Great insight. You are like telling about the more women, how they can build their career into Web3 and decentralized trust can help them. At India chapter, we're doing a lot. And if you see currently in India chapter, women are leading. Most of the women are there right now. Only 2 men are there.
Yeah, and I think, over the next 4 panels, you're going to hear from women, right, who are doing it, who are not just, they're actually building businesses around using these technologies. They're contributing to the ecosystems that are building these. And I think, the requirement is to, lead by doing. Right, lead by doing things, and I think all of you here, that I know within the regional chapter are certainly doing that. So thank you.
Yeah, one more question I have. What are some of the most exciting blockchain use cases emerging under LFDT umbrella that could have a transformative impact on the industries in coming years? What we can see?
Yeah, so I mentioned two of them, which is tokenization, right? Just in the market as a whole, asset tokenization, real world assets, creating a lot of value in the marketplace. I think is something that we as a community, because we've been working on these technologies for the last 10 years, enterprise grade technologies to do deployments in the real world assets, digital assets, central bank digital currencies, moving money faster and more efficiently around the world, I think is the biggest opportunity right now, especially as we start seeing regulatory clarity around the world, not just in Europe with MiCA. I was just in Japan last week. We saw a lot of the regulators talking about regulation and clarity and putting out new legislation. And I think we're seeing that worldwide. That really is going to help accelerate the development and accelerate the adoption of these technologies.
That is a great insight. And my last question to you, one more question. I'm making you trouble more to answer more questions. So, with the rapid evolution of AI in Web3, how is LFDT integrating this technology to enhance decentralization, trust, and security?
So it's a great question, because it's a question that I've been asking myself quite a bit as well. And I'm going to actually turn it all back to you all and give you a challenge, because I do think that blockchain and things like verifiable credentials, for example, are going to be critical to future and current implementations when it comes to AI, from a federated training model perspective, for example, from data verification. And I think some of you will probably talk about some of that in the panel. I haven't seen as many projects within the foundation itself working on these hard projects. I know we have some ecosystems that are doing it, but I think that, over the next 3 to 6 months, you're going to start seeing some projects that say that blockchain and DLT is an anchor that is needed for building that trust into these models, for building transparency into the models, and for building essentially verification of data ownership as well into the models and into different platforms that AI requires.
Hi, Daniela. This is Sue. How are you doing?
Hi, Sue.
That's great.
Hi, good to see that you're so fresh after like a long travel from Japan. Yeah, it's midnight here in New York as well. I did travel back from India and landed today morning. It seems like
you're on the same track.
Yeah. Well, happy Women's Day.
Yeah.
Happy Friday. I think now it's turning out to be happy Saturday. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity. So Daniela, the question here is like, what are the new policies coming up on blockchain, right? How do you think the policies will shape up blockchain? And the second question will be, where do you see the most impact of blockchain? I mean, which industry? I know currently we are looking more into the financial industry, but I certainly think the best use case for blockchain comes from the pharmaceutical and healthcare. But are we seeing the live projects going on there? That's my question, because I've been following LF Foundation from the day we get started, like Hyperledger. That was the first project with Hyperledger. So I was like early contributors. I just wanted to understand where we are there, how we are doing there.
I think it's a great question. So one thing is, I do truly believe that healthcare is an important and I'm actually very surprised. So I've been here at the Linux Foundation for 8 years, and I'm very surprised that there's not more use cases for healthcare. But I think a lot of it goes down to the first part of your question, right, which is regulation and policy. In regulated and regulated industries like finance, insurance, healthcare, the technology needs regulatory clarity in order for the innovation to be able to move forward and the innovation to then be able to put into production. And I think that is, the two pieces go together. There's many healthcare use cases, and I know some of the panelists will probably talk about them, especially around decentralized identity and confidentiality. I mentioned federated learning, and from an AI perspective, the thing is that many industries do not talk about blockchain anymore. And I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Because if you think about it, you don't talk about, the protocols that move your email around. You just use email, right? And I think that's one of the things is that people are using the technologies and not necessarily putting out a press release around the platform or the solution is using blockchain. I still, on a weekly basis, learn about 1 or 2 enterprise use cases that are using Hyperledger Fabric, for example, that I did not know about. And when I ask, hey, why don't you put it, this use case in the use case tracker? And they're like, oh, we don't want to really talk about blockchain. And I think that has a lot to do with kind of the crypto and, coin memes kind of media coverage that we see all the time. But I think it's a good thing that people are not focusing on the blockchain, because that means it's working. The tech is working. It's providing value. And that's actually a good thing that they're not focused on the PR aspects of blockchain anymore. That's a great question, Sue.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniela.
I just
Thank you,
wanted to
Daniela.
add to that, Daniela. Quick
Please
question,
ask.
Garima, if it's
Kavita.
okay. Yeah, hey, sorry about the noise. I'm at the airport traveling back to India. So, it looks like all the women are all around the world.
Yeah, we're warriors.
Traveling, working. Yeah, I know. Just wanted to add to that. I was just thinking just today that, it's going to be, blockchain is going to be as simple as just tapping your credit card with NFC chips in it. And we're just going to get there. What we're laying, the foundation we're laying today with SSI, the DLTs and all of that. And it just seems like an enormous, chore or enormous technology where we're putting together. We're just going to become the foundation all of us are going to build on. And eventually it's just going to be like sending an email, using your SSI for everyday use case. Like I'm going to the airport right now, and it's just going to be like, I'll just probably will just tap, a card which will have my passport and everything, and I'll receive my boarding pass right into that.
Mhm.
And we're going to get there.
Yep.
And that is the dream that we're all building on.
Yep.
And it's just so great to see all of us doing it.
Right, for sure. And for two things. One is that's why LF Decentralized Trust is a bigger umbrella, right? So it's not just about blockchain and ledgers. And I think it really meets the market need of today. And number 2 is, I don't know if you're traveling regionally in India, but even DG Yatra, right? DG Yatra is built, and there's, over probably 4 million digital credentials are already that DG Yatra has issued for traveling through India at the airports, all built with Aries code projects as well.
Yeah, I mean, DG Yatra is the first step. We need to kind of bring it onto the SSI platform is what I would think, and that is the push we are all trying to make.
Yeah.
SSI should become the base and the go-to and the norm, just like an email is. Well, OAuth has been built, like you said, nobody talks about it anymore. Nobody should have to talk about, blockchain. It should just become the norm that we build on.
Exactly.
And that is the drive. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question, Kavita, and nice to see you.
So, Danny, thanks for the wonderful talk you have given to us. So now I want some mans to promote us and talk more about women's empowerment. So we have 3 men in our team. So I will start with the Kamlesh. So Kamlesh, you have to talk more about the Women's Day. So you have to celebrate with us and support us. Kamlesh.
Yeah, hello, hi. Yeah, hi, Garima, and thank you, Daniela, for joining and always increasing the Indian community. And I think you are one of the women leaders who are driving the blockchain ecosystem from the INX Foundation from the, I think, day one. And I think not just you, I think I would like to congratulate and the Karen Otani and Meen and the Garima, Ankita, Hidar, and there are many such leaders who are driving the blockchain ecosystem in India. No, not in India, I mean like globally. So happy Women's Day to everyone, and I think there's a lot come, like I especially you mentioned, like currently we have 250 use cases in use case tracker, and by next year it could be by 500 use cases, and 50% will be driven by the women leaders. So I think we all expecting for that one. And if you notice, like in LFDT India chapter, we have majority of the women leaders now. So, and that we actually, everyone, Julian, Vikram, and I think the our previous leader also always supported and included the women leaders in our, even I think earlier Deepika was leading. So it's very great support from everyone. I think I don't see any kind of discrimination between the women and the. I think now we are equally driving all the ecosystem of the whether it's a technology, whether it's businesses, or whether it is a blockchain or AI. So yeah, all are good. I think, and wishing everyone happy International Women's Day, and looking forward to driving the blockchain ecosystem in India and globally with women leaders along with us. So thank you, Daniela, for joining and always encouraging. Always get a time for us to encourage and support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamlesh. I think the first time you and I spoke, probably, 8 years ago, you were in the car. Always in the car, always on the go, getting stuff done. But thank you for your support.
Yeah, I'm also driving now to meet the another blockchain leaders. so it's okay. But I think thank you, Daniela.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kamlesh. So now, Dalia, we have our first panel, and we'll start the panel discussion.
Garima, sorry to disrupt you. We can call from hear from Vikram also, right?
Yeah, Vikram also I texted
Julian
him.
is there. We would love to hear from you also, Julian.
Yeah, we have 3 men. I need all of 3 of you to support us.
Yes, and it's great to be here and great to be part of this, Women in Blockchain 6th season. I remember when we started the first season of it, and we were very excited. And the best part about this is, like, we don't have to look too much around, like look for too much to find the women leaders, because they are so much prominent and so much active, right? Specifically, of course, the leadership of Daniela, and now, with all of you here, all the panelists. Like, and I know that so many we could not accommodate as part of this event, but they are all prominent leaders. And of course, we would have, being in LFDT India, so we conduct so many events, and I think so we would, of course, include them as well in the in the future events that we will have. But essentially, it's a great thing to celebrate that there are so many leaders, women leaders, and that you don't have to look too much around, and they are there, and they are so much prominent, doing so much great stuff. And for example, today we are going to hear from so many panelists about what they are doing. And I know that we get so many entries, so many nominations. So all around, and even within the this chapter as well, we have majority leaders now are women. So that's what I actually, it was me actually who highlighted that we have majority of the women leaders now. And then we recognize, yes, it is true. So I guess others can learn from us, other chapters, and probably do more. And of course, this complete event, it's kudos to all the women leaders in the India chapter who have actually made this a success, and they kind of ran this on their own. So again, great many congratulations to all of you women leaders and LFDT India, and Daniela. Congratulations to you all.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vikram. Thank you all. And I agree. That's why I say I point to LF India all the time, the regional chapter all the time as well, because of that. It's very unique and it's very empowering. So thank you.
So now, Julian, I will ask you to say some words for the women you are seeing here in support of all of us.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. What else can I add to what Vikram and Kamlesh add, right? So yes, it's great to have this annual event, and with my leadership of Daniela and everyone within the India chapter. Obviously, women empowerment is great, and I think we've always said, as we say at the beginning, as Daniela says, all are welcome, and diversity. One thing we always say, diversity is our strength as a community, right? The more diverse we are, the stronger we are. So it's fantastic. Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, and happy Women's Day, everybody. Very much so. Take care.
Yeah, it's a very valid point that diversity, right? We are like united, unity and diversity. Here, the unity is for blockchain.
Exactly.
I would like to just add one more point for all the men out here. Julian, Kamlesh, Vikram, Karthik, everybody, I would say we have been conducting this event year after year so successfully. And all of you have supported us brilliantly. I mean, even today, this might be a very personal comment, but Kamlesh was driving, but still he came on the camera and he spoke and supported us. And all of you together, I think diversity is the right word you brought in, Julian. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, actually.
It has been always a great support by all the men around us so that we can perform well. So thanks to all men also in the group and community. So Ritu, we have to start the panel. So so I will ask you to see the panelist.
I think we can start with our first panel.
Okay, give me a moment.
Yeah, I am trying to give unmode option for Karthikeya. Is anyone able to bring them as panelists from the attendees?
I can do that. So if you give me the names, I can move them.
Karthikeya.
I don't see Karthikeya in attendees.
No.
Yeah, he's there.
Karthikeya,
I can see
here in
him.
panelist already?
I have asked to unmute him.
Karthikeya is already here in panelist.
Yeah,
And he's
Karthikeya
unmuted
is
as
able
well.
to speak. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Karthik.
Hi, everyone. Happy Women's Day to all the panelists and everybody in the world.
Thank you, Karthikeya. We would like to hear from you.
Uh,
I didn't mean to interrupt, Anasuya. I think from your side, there is
It's an echo from somebody.
Yes. So we are starting our panel in 5 minutes. So all the panelists are joining. So allow us 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll start our first panel on tokenization that we are talking about a lot in few minutes.
We have a few questions, actually. People are already asked if we look at the questions. Do you want to have a go answering some of those, Daniela, while we're waiting? Or someone else?
Sure. Hold on if I could find them. Where are they?
Q&A.
All right, I did ask. Someone asked how can I become a core blockchain developer, and I put some of our Linux Foundation resources in there, but there's certainly many more online as well. And I would encourage. We have a wonderful web page, not just about how to be a blockchain developer, but also how to participate and contribute to an open source community like our own. So let me put that link in there as well. And how to contribute. If you go on our website and you just navigate, you keep going deeper and deeper, and you can do that. So let me type that one in there as well. All right. And other questions, open questions? Maybe someone else has some advice on how do I move my career path in core blockchain development, being a Java Cloud microservices developer with 13 years. Maybe does anybody on the panel have some advice for Ranjana?
I think
or maybe can. Okay,
we
yeah,
have
go ahead.
somebody raised the hand. I will unmute you, Love Singh. You can ask your question. You can see that unmute button on your screen now. I have asked you to unmute.
Yes, girls, you can ask any question now. So we have 5 minutes, so you can ask any question from the attendees, from the panelists.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Grima. Are you able to listen to me, please?
Yes,
We
sir.
can.
Am I clear? Am I clear? Yeah.
Yes,
I
sir.
think
You're clear.
I was not getting my a photo in your panel in your Zoom. I don't know why, but that's something like. In fact, I was listening all of you from last about 15-20 minutes. So it is wonderful to listen to the event on today's great day, that is International Women's Day, and I first of all congratulate everybody over here and all over that it's a good day and it's the right beginning probably we are making while talking on blockchain. We in India are doing a lot of things, and I am part of the advisory board of Blockchain for Productivity, and I'm also on the board of this company owned and founded by Grima also. And we have one more company in Kolkata, that is Swaransh IT. So I'm working with them also. And one of another board of a company called Neonex, they are working on education. So we are all working together, and we must not forget that basically blockchain is a evolving technology, and we have started with Bitcoin, and now of course doing a lot of other things like use cases in every sector, I would say. So not taking much of your time, I just want to like draw your attention on sustainable development goals, which is the mission.
Yes, Lab sir. So, Lab sir, do you want to say something about about the women's to promote the women's empowerment?
They are registered. I would rather admit that it's a very important topic. And how do we empower? How do we enable the achievement of sustainable development goals by use of the tools like blockchain technology and its applications? I think that must draw attention of everybody over here. And as regards the panel, because I think men are now in small in number in the whole participants, I will recommend that you can count one man equivalent to 10 women, I would say. So I mean, that will make us a little looking good also, I mean, overall. So, and once again, I congratulate all of you, and I'm here, and I support this revolution of blockchain technology. I started working on this since the COVID, and I'm really passionate about it. Thank you so much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lab sir. So, Lab sir is a very senior person in the industry. So, he's a retired IS officer. So, he's doing a lot of things in with Indian government. So, fortunately, he joined our panel and spoke about the women empowerment. Now, Ritu, hand over to you. You can start our panel discussion.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. It was wonderful to hear all of you. Now, without any further ado, we will start the panel discussion one, which I will definitely hand over to you, Garima. So for past 1 hour, you are already listening to her in bits and pieces. I'll do a quick introduction about her. She is the CEO of Bitviraj Technology. That's a leading firm in blockchain and AI, starting 2019. She is founder of Originals Protocol, a SaaS platform for digital asset tokenization. 18 years in IT, building innovative solutions for blockchain protocol, DeFi, NFT, DAO, AI, cybersecurity, and more. Wow, that's a lot. She's very passionate about leveraging technology for positive social impact. Welcome, Garima, and I'll hand over to you for this panel discussion, Tokenization, Reshaping Digital Economies.
Thank you, Ritu, for the wonderful introduction. So let me introduce my panelists. So we have a very wonderful panels of all women who are doing really great job in their field of tokenization and reshaping the industry. So let me introduce my panelists. We have Charu Shetty. Charu is a seasonal Web3 entrepreneur, like Web3 blockchain leader with over 16 years of experience in emerging technologies. As a principal ambassador at Polkadot, she plays a pivotal role in driving blockchain adoptions and ecosystem growth with a strong background in product strategy, growth, and innovation. Then we have Magdalena. She is a visionary leader in digital transformation, serving as a head of digital business services Poland and IT delivery directors with expertise in blockchain, AI, and future of work. She is a certified PMP, Agile, and less professional, like driving innovation in IT services delivery. As an advisor, coach, mentor, and speaker, she is passionate about emerging technologies and empowering career in technology and shaping the next generation for digital business strategies. Then we have Ankita Sambawal. She is a founder and managing partner of Agina Legal and Tech Solutions, specializing in Web3, DeFi, Metaverse, NFT, AI, cybersecurity, and IT laws. As a speaker, mentor, and advisor, she brings deep expertise in token economics, valuation, intellectual property. As a lawyer, she is serving a lot of things in the like legal framework or regulations into Web3 space. She's a leading player in that. And then we have Shefali. Shefali is a Web3 growth strategist and marketing leader in working with Zonix and specializing in RW tokenization, DeFi, crypto, digital asset growth with expertise in token marketing and community scaling. She is dedicated to drive innovation, adoption, engagement in blockchain ecosystem. Her strategic approach to Web3 marketing helps projects to build strong communities and achieve sustainable growth. Then we have Anju in our panel. Anju Kurli Nagware is a community lead for Global Tokenization Forum, and she specializes in blockchain tokenization and digital asset transformations. With a strong focus on advancing tokenization standard, fostering industry collaborations, she plays a key role in shaping the future of digital asset and decentralized finance. I welcome all my panelists for this panel. So let's, like women's, let's bring together our tokenization to shape the economy. So I will start my questions. I hope my all panelists are here. Okay, so let me start my questions. So my first question to Anju about how do you define tokenization in the context of blockchain and why is it game changer for digital economics? Anju?
Yes. First of
Yes.
all, good evening to all of you and happy International Women's Day. Your first question is how tokenization is evolving next 5 to 10 years. So the blockchain is adoption of the future of tokenization will grow over the next 5 to 10 years. I think tokenization will become a key part of our economy and making it easier, faster, and more accessible for people to own and trade assets. And more asset will be tokenized, not just real estate and stock, but money and bond also. And investing will be a more inclusive. Like instead of needing large amount of money, people will be able to own small fraction of high value assets and making investing easier for everyone. And I think tokenization is making owning and trading asset easier and more accessible for everyone. And over the next decade, we will see world where almost anything of value can be tokenized, bought, and sold instantly. So, tokenization is one of the most transformative application of blockchain technology, and it is a process of converting real world or digital assets into a blockchain-based token that represent ownership, value, and rights. So, as a blockchain adoption grows, the future of token will continue to drive innovation, unlock new business model, and transform the way we think about value exchange in the digital age.
Thank you, Anju, for the wonderful explanation. So I will ask Shefali to put some light on about this, what Anju has explained. So Shefali.
Yeah, hello everyone. A very happy International Women's Day, and thank you, Daniela, for setting the stage and all the amazing women and men who are here, and all my fellow panelists. Very nice to see you all here on the screen. So see, what I see tokenization is very simple, right? So the financial world currently has been traditionally split into two types of assets. There are public traded assets, which are stocks, and they are publicly available in exchanges. Any investor, they can go trade, do whatever they need to do, buy, sell. Then there is the real wealth, right? That's in all the privately held assets. And they are very difficult to enter, they're very difficult to exit from. There are all these investors who want to take a part in it, but they're not able to. Also, traditionally to be a part of it has been very slow, very expensive, and only big investors could get a hold of that share, right? Now, what tokenization is helping, how it's helping the investors is that it's making these assets into digital tokens on a blockchain, right? Which we all know, but it's also making it easier to trade. It's making it more transparent. It's making all the investors to enter easily and also to exit at the time that they want, rather than being dependent on different intermediaries, brokers, etc., and the different, based on how illiquid the asset is. Let's say it's real estate or equity, or how with different I would say all the rules and regulations which are attached to it. So from that perspective, it's opening this whole blue ocean for these investors now, that they can, dive in and grow with it. And also now, especially with the institutional adoption, which has been surging, and, just now Trump has been talking so proactively about, just last night, proactively about crypto. This is giving so much confidence to the market that it's very nice to see it. I mean, I joined RWA tokenization space when no one knew about it. Very handful of people, only the ones who were who were bringing all these infrastructure platforms, they knew about it. And the whole marketing and the whole communication would be just to educating the investors, educating the industry in general. And now it's so good to see that there's so much more institutional adoption. There are major players who are embracing it. And this has given a lot of confidence to all the different stakeholders who are a part of this industry. So yeah, that's good to see.
Thank you, Shefali, for the wonderful answer. And now I will ask like Ankita to talk about more about what are some real world industries where tokenization has had the most significant impact so far. What do you feel about the industries which are adopting tokenization? Yes, Ankita.
A very good morning to everyone. And Garima, thank you for a lovely introduction. And happy International Women's Day to everyone who is present here and anywhere in the world and doing some fabulous jobs. So, as per to your question, there are a lot of space when we talk about real asset tokenization. So, for a few examples, we can say the finance side, we can see the real estate coming up as one of the real assets. Then we can see certain projects in supply chain, logistics. We can then in healthcare. In the first session, one of the panelists asked about the question of healthcare, which is a very important and crucial sector right now. Then we have art and collectibles as one of the projects. Then energy and commodities. So there are ample of, if we come to real world asset, we have ample of. But we have to divide this thing into two forms. One is tangible asset and one is intangible asset. So how we are going to take forward the tangible assets and how we are going to take forward the intangible assets by dividing all the assets in these two groups. So if we see, for example, if I take right now, the real estate is a boom right now, everywhere in the world. Whether we take Dubai, we take India, we take USA, we take Europe, everyone is talking about the real estate tokenization. Why? Because of the reason that this intangible asset, so I'm putting into a bracket of intangible asset, is very viable product to kind of put this project into sandbox and try how the tokenization play a major role in this. How people will show their interest, how people will come forward and start investing, how they're going to feel their asset to be protected, secured, transparency, record keeping. So there are a lot of things which can be we can see in real estate which is happening right now, but still we have to put more efforts and more communities coming together to push this real estate asset tokenization to work in a fast pace in the world. So yeah.
Thank you, Ankita, for the wonderful explanation. So I will ask Magdalena to talk more about it and enlighten more about the global perspective also.
Hi everyone. Happy International Women's Day. I'm sorry, what is the question?
So let me repeat it for you. So question is like, what are the some real world industries where tokenization has had the most significant impact so far?
So how is the
What are industries? We can talk about the global industries where we can fit the tokenization.
Yes, so in many industries we can see it already, and it has been mentioned. And where is it derived from? It is from the intrinsic features of the blockchain, so which is giving the trust, security, transparency, and also thanks to the tokenization, we are able to use this fractional ownership. So the real estate was mentioned already. So instead of buying the entire property, which is hard and illiquid asset, you can buy a fraction. So that's how people are entering the investment opportunities. Also, for example, in real estate, maybe not directly, there is something, we had an implementation of the project, which is called a holiday token. So basically, it's a right of use for tokens. And the investors can buy the token and they can utilize it in the coming, let's say, next 20 years and redeem it for the accommodation. So that could be as an example, but maybe no straightforward link to the properties. And in the real estate, for example, there is this user transfer of the rights through the sell and the resell. So basically you can resell it, you can transfer the ownership to your friends, and that's how they can access the market as well. Interesting use case could be the supply chain, because it is very heavy and complex in the documentation with many intermediaries, and it is also slow in the settlements. So giving an example, if there is a trade, international trade, especially between the US and Australia, the goods cannot be handed over straight away because there is a bill of lading. So the proof of the shipment and also bill of payment, they have to be exchanged. So it involves multiple banks and third parties. So where the blockchain comes here with the tokenization, it is the feature of the smart contracts and the exchange of the goods, which happens instantly. So this is another way how tokenization is impacting the industry. It's increasing transparency as well. Similar real world, let's say, industry, it is within the finance. So there is an example of the invoice discounting. So it is the businesses, they face multiple delays with receiving the payments, and what is affecting the cash flow. So that's a significant issue for the businesses. And one of these solutions for exchange of the goods is this invoice discounting. So that's where the business comes and they'll sell their invoice to the banks, so with a discount, so that they can receive the immediate cash. So how does it work? For example, a business with an invoice is invoicing a buyer with an X number of days for the payment, and they get the cash sooner because they sell the invoice to the bank. But of course, the bank is taking the collateral, and there is a delay in the process. There is a issue here that the same invoice can be sold multiple times to different vendors. So there is this issue of the double spend, and the blockchain is coming here with the solution of avoiding the double spend, because the transaction is recorded on the blockchain. And the settlement and the automation of the payment is instant for the smart contract. So I guess this could be some examples of the real industries and how the blockchain and the tokenization is solving the issues straight away.
Thank you for the wonderful answer and explanation. So my next question will be Charu. How does tokenization improve transparency and trust in financial transactions?
Sure, thank you. And hi, everyone. I know everyone's from a different time zone, but GM, as we say in this world, to wake up to new energy every day. So, and happy International Women's Day as well to everyone. So thank you, Garima, for the question. I would say that tokenization introduces several structural efficiencies to financial markets. And while there are many benefits, but zeroing in on improving transparency and trust, first of all, as we all know that all transactions and assets recorded on public or permission blockchains enable real-time verification of ownership and transaction history. So this reduces the risk of fraud, manipulation, or double spending. I mean, we are in the space for such a long time, we know this. And the second I would highlight is that the smart contracts allow for pre-programmed KYC and AML enforcement, which reduces manual intervention and increases efficiency from a regulatory perspective as well. And we've also seen that traditional fixed income markets, they sometimes lack price discovery because of OTC elements, and tokenized assets can facilitate real-time trading, pricing, and improve liquidity and accessibility, which also we've discussed before. I would like to add that while these benefits enhance market efficiency and security, but we are far from full realization of these benefits due to critical structural and regulatory challenges, which I'm sure we will talk about during the discussion, but these are mainly around interoperability, fragmentation, regulatory uncertainty and inconsistencies, and settlement finality. So given we know there are benefits, but we have a lot more work to do to fully realize these benefits.
Thank you, Charu, for the wonderful explanation. So I will ask my next question with Shefali. How can small and medium enterprises leverage tokenization to compete with large corporations?
Thank you, Garima, for this question. I think the biggest benefit is now that for these SMEs, they have this direct access to capital markets without actually relying on these traditional banks or intermediaries or VCs or seed funding, right? Where they were heavily reliant on them. And now what I mean, we've seen so many use cases, right? Even at Zonix, that these new business owners, they're coming up with these new ideas, and they want to launch their own equities on blockchain. And it's a much faster way for them to do that rather than earlier relying on, VCs and other intermediaries. Then there is also the whole idea of having it to make it more improve the liquidity part of it. Then there are these, for example, if they're dealing with, let's say, real estate or any illiquid asset, which we were talking about, right? It's again very difficult to trade them, especially in the secondary market trading part. And when these tokenized shares are involved, it makes it much easier. They're much lower cost now for them, for these SMEs too, because the transaction fees have significantly reduced. Then also, which Charu also mentioned, the whole increasing the transparency and the trust part, and Ankita also highlighted that that's quite important. And this ensures with blockchain that all these transactions now are verifiable, and these SMEs now can issue bonds, they can issue shares, they can also raise funds much faster. In fact, the whole idea with the SMEs at this point is how do they raise capital at the fastest, right? That's the whole inquiry that they keep coming up with, and that's what tokenization has opened doors for them, which earlier used to be a very long and cumbersome process, which would actually kind of demotivate them, these new owners to the new company owners to start or give fruition to their idea. So yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Shefali, for the explanation. So let me ask my next question, to Ankita. what are the biggest regulatory challenges surrounding tokenization, especially in India? Because you are a lawyer, you can provide more insight about the regulatory framework in India about tokenization.
Garima, I'll divide this question into forms. First, I would talk about the positive side of it. The positive side of this technology, which we are in, or this era we are in, is the time stamping. Everything will be recorded. Everything will be recorded with a minute transaction, minute information. So in which even the asset will be also described properly, its ownership, its transfer, its usage, its facilities, what you are getting, what the government is providing. So everything will be at one place, which is a kind of asset for our lawyers and for the clients, but makes our work easy in the court. And we don't waste ample time of collecting the evidence in the court and producing that evidence in front of the bench and fighting for years and years. In India, if people can understand that one real estate case takes approximately, it starts from 5 years to it can go to 30-40 years also. I have dealt with such cases when I was not born also. So I have given, I assisted the court and we have finalized those cases also. So it is very long, very, it's not cost effective also. It is very time driven, and it also loses the interest of the litigant also and for the counsel also, that what is happening here, right? So all this can be curbed if we promote this technology, which provides you every information on your screen, on your wallet, you can say, on your in your hands and fingertips. Let me be very precise. Now, coming towards the second half of the description, yes, there are a lot of challenges from the regulatory. Why we are facing these challenges? Because every country has a pattern of traditional legal framework, right? And we are in a technological era. So now the most important thing here is we have to infuse the traditional and the modern. How we are going to do it, how we have to, little bit, we have to manage, or we have to shift certain things in the legal system to get this thing on track. So yes, if you can say, then I can define it that there's a lack of clarity in people who are sitting in the administration or maybe in the judiciary. Maybe it's not that they're not ready to it for it, but still things are very unclear in this perspective. So we need a lot of people, for example, if I say, Garima, I would love that you hold a session with the any judges, getting
Definitely, I will
judges
do
on board. Yes, so that we can also discuss how this is happening. If the matters are coming, like the biggest cryptocurrency matter came in 2020, when whether it's illegal or legal was described, right? So very few people knew about it. What is happening? So a lot of people also correlate cryptocurrency with Bitcoin only, but they don't know what is token, how it is going to help, how the system is going to work. So we have very practical problems. We have to actually, the technology people or the community, the tech community has to come infused into the different sectors and help us how to understand what exactly this is. So that's why I like that sessions like this and panels like this come forward and talk about it, so that awareness can be created. So one is that, then enforcement issues are there. How we are going to enforce? Okay, for example, if we make a simple law in India, it takes years to get enforced. But if we are going to take it, how we are going to enforce it? So now here the regulators have to play a very vital. So the techies have played their part. Okay, they have got the revolution, they have got the new thing. Now it's the regulators who have to come and understand what we can infuse, so that it is for the benefit of the entire community all over the world. How Shefali said that, investment has become very easy. First we have to go to door, we have to find the angel investors, then small investors, big investors, then appointment issues, then all, it is a big journey to get investment. Then there's I think there are so many leaders in this world who have explained that how many failures they had. Somebody has 100 failures, some had 50 failures, right? Why? Because they were into a traditional form of investment. Now we have a technical form of investment where we can reach people very fast. We can explain, we can put, and we don't have to put like one in one go. It can be fractionalized also. How Kubica told how we can fractionalize things, how we can put investment in fractionalization, right? So even today, if I'm sitting here, I can be a small investor investing into a project and have a ownership over it. So there are a lot of things which the regulators need to understand and have to get lined up in this.
Thank you, Ankita, for the wonderful perspective about the legal regulation part of the like tokenization in India, because that is a very crucial topic. Everybody's confused about the regulations mainly, because technology is one thing, but we need proper regulations also to be known before starting any project. So my next question with the Charu: what security measures should be in place to prevent fraud and like ensure a safe tokenization transaction?
Sure. So I think we need to understand, first of all, that tokenization enhances efficiency, liquidity, accessibility in financial institutions and for participants, but also it introduces security and risk management challenges, and which need to be addressed for wider adoption and scalable projects. I mean, the Monetary Authority of Singapore ran very successful tests around components of tokenization in the last couple of years, and they've highlighted that these security and risk management can hinder scalability and the path forward. But at the same time, we need to understand that the security frameworks are different if we are talking about the real world assets, and the security frameworks are different if you're talking about assets that are crypto in nature or they have a different market structure. So with real world assets, the risk models are dependent on the risk models of the underlying asset they represent. And the main risk comes from the new technology and the velocity risk, the fact that the transactions happen 24/7. And while there is relatively less risk, if you're not talking of crypto assets, there's relatively less risk of permanent asset loss. And so that's something that has to be considered while talking about risk. So in general, there are smart contract vulnerabilities, coding flaws, but those things have to be mitigated by things like formal verification, auditing standards, and sort of emergency rollback functions. But if we again go back to something that's more traditional, based on traditional assets, then there are comprehensive compliance and regulatory frameworks that guide risk assessment and mitigation. Then I would also like to highlight the risks related to custody and private keys. And in this case, the mitigation comes from institutional grade custody or multi-sig accounts, authentication, and key recovery protocols. Again, there is a difference between crypto assets and tokenized assets and our real world tokenized assets, where the focus on real world tokenized assets is more around the signatory framework and custody, which is again a matter of compliance and existing frameworks. And the transaction finality comes from the digital signatures. So again, those considerations have to be kind of taken care of. Then there are cybersecurity threats and exploits. Again, zero trust architecture or real-time threat monitoring elements become very important. And then eventually the market manipulation and liquidity risks, where regulated market surveillance, and verified institutional market makers have to be become important. Their role becomes important. At the same time, we recognize that these are not. We need more liquidity and these markets to scale to avoid a liquidity crisis and pump and dump schemes as well. So there are these risks that are inherent due to regulation and structure, but there are also risks that arise because of the current market structure. And I guess there have been measures from financial markets, the regulatory authorities and governments, but it's all work in progress, yet there have been some successful implementations. So I'll pause at that because it's a very big topic and we could just keep talking about that all day.
Yeah, thank you, Charu, because security is a main part of any kind of asset tokenization or any kind of tokenization, because it's all about token, and token has a certain value. Security should be the first priority. So let me ask my next question with Magdalena. Can tokenization help in financial inclusion, especially for women and like marginal communities? There are certain communities who are like they are marginal. So how you can explain more about that? How it can help them in inclusion?
Yes, so definitely tokenization can help with financial inclusion, particularly for women and for marginalized communities. And in fact, it was the key vision behind the blockchain and the cryptocurrencies to provide these financial services for the people who don't have the access to the traditional banking. So how is the tokenization helping? First, it is breaking these banking barriers. So, for example, people would have a lack of access to the banking because of the strict requirements that the banks have, for example, some credit history or physical address or income proof. Then there would be some locational restrictions for people who live in the rural areas. There would be no physical branch, or in some places in the world, still women are excluded from this financial freedom. So they have restrictions on the finance. And tokenization helps because anyone with the digital wallet, so anyone with the smartphone, they can have the wallet, so hence the access to the financial services without the need of the approvals and strict restrictions of the bank. Also the CBDC, so central bank digital currency, they can be integrated with the tokens and hence with the KYC. Then beyond the banking, the second help, it is to have the access to global trade. So without the need of the bank account, people will have the access to the DeFi. They can exchange the money on the platforms like Uniswap, for example, without the intermediaries. They can have access to micro investments. So small investors can own some fractions of the stocks or real estate or any commodities. So giving this example of women in a rural area, which is far from any banking entities, would have this digital wallet and could have tokens as an asset saved in the wallet. And that would be without the restrictions of having the access to the bank. So tokenization, definitely it is enabling this financial inclusion. It gives women and marginalized communities this empowerment to be the participant in the financial ecosystem, to be able to participate in the DeFi, and also to have some entrepreneurial opportunities to be able to raise funds, for example. So overall, it is a huge help, and that was the main idea behind the cryptocurrencies.
Thank you for the wonderful answer. So I will ask my next question with Charu. What are the technical limitations of tokenization today, and how can they be addressed? Charu, you're on mute. Charu, you're on mute. Charu, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so sure. The technical limitations are kind of observations and insights from various projects that have been implemented around the globe in the last couple of years. And one of the things is the interoperability of between various blockchains. And the challenge is that these different blockchains and different DLT platforms, whichever way you'd like to call it, they often lack standard protocols, leading to very fragmented tokenized ecosystems. And when you talk about interoperability, again, there are elements to consider, whether you're talking about interoperability between fungible assets or unique or non-fungible assets. So fungible assets, addressing interoperability there is still relatively, has been achieved to a great extent. But when you talk about non-fungible assets, it's a whole different ball game. And I've been deeply involved in rolling out products within the Polkadot ecosystem around interoperable non-fungible assets, where there are elements and issues around payment estimations, payment APIs, and so on. So without going into that, that's one challenge which has also been highlighted by the Monetary Authority of Singapore in terms of scaling Project Guardian. And then there are, the second one I would like to highlight is operational difficulties, where there are issues around limited capacity, scale, and scale of implementation. And as we expect these projects to become mainstream, we need more robust blockchain infrastructure and architecture. And at Polkadot, we have been constantly performance testing various elements with TPS, with NFT minting speeds, with great records. But all of these things will take time to come to be delivered in real world kind of tokenization projects. I mean, Polkadot recently did 143,000 transactions per second at 23% capacity, and we did 100,000 NFTs in less than 20 minutes, beating records by most blockchains. But these things have to be delivered in a production environment in real world use cases. Standardization of protocols and standards of assets is the other element. And then interoperability between the DLT and the blockchains and the traditional financial systems is another whole universe in itself. So I guess those are very high level technical limitations. And we are in a good place where we've done various experiments at scale and have realized exactly what needs to be built and developed further. And I think as an ecosystem, as regulatory bodies, as financial markets, institutions, we are all working towards addressing these challenges in our own ways. So I'll pause there.
Thank you, Charu. So my next question with Anju. How do you see tokenization evolving in next 5 to 10 years, and what kind of initiative you are planning under Global Tokenization Forum? So explain that.
Can you please repeat the question again?
Yeah, I'm repeating it. So how do you see tokenization evolving in next 5 to 10 years, and what are the initiatives you are trying to drive under Global Tokenization Forum?
The tokenization is a game changer for digital economics, and its ability to unlock greater accessibility, liquidity, and efficiency in financial markets. It's allow for fractional ownership, meaning that high value assets such as real estate and fine arts, and it will be divided into a smaller affordable share, making investment opportunity available to be a broader audience. So tokenization has already made a significant impact. The tokenization will become a key part of economy, and it will make it easier, faster, and more accessible for people to own and trade assets. So in traditional banks and government will adopt it, a large financial institution will start offering a tokenized investment product, and government will also set clear regulation to protect investors. And intersection of traditional finance and the centralized finance will change in how financial system operate currently. So the tokenization is making owning and trading assets easier and more accessible for everyone. Ankita and Charu has also mentioned about the challenges on regulator traditional method and regulation restrictions. So for solving that issue, we are also I joined Global Tokenization Forum. So we are also started to bridge the connection between technology adoption and policy regulation. And we are also working with the bank, fintech, startup, technologist, regulator, policymaker to shape the narrative around the tokenization. So I think in next 5 to 10 years, the blockchain will also tokenization will grow. As blockchain adoption grow, the future of tokenization will also grow. So that's all about me.
Thank you, Anju. So my next question is Shefali. So Shefali, my next question is like, can tokenization help women's entrepreneurs across funding more efficiently? And what kind of initiative Jonix is trying to take to promote more women's in tokenization? And what is the next vision for that?
Yeah, for sure. So, you know how Magdalena also kind of highlighted the women's role and how easy tokenization, I won't say particularly easy, how everyone thinks it is so easy. It's not yet. It will be hopefully one day. But there is definitely, the road has been buttered a bit, I would say. So uh, how it's helping is let's look at some examples, right? So I was doing some research with the whole new Web3 and the women empowerment in the Web3 area and how women founders are, what kind of businesses they're doing. And one of the key foundings actually was that Kenya, right, which is so the whole Africa is a very developing nation still, but they've been doing significantly very well in terms of Web3. There are many actually women entrepreneurs who have started Web3 businesses and they're doing very successfully. For example, there's this female entrepreneur in Kenya. She wanted to expand her whole eco-friendly fashion business, but she did not know how to do it. You know, how difficult it is to even get a bank loan there. Just like in many other countries as well. And she really struggled with it. And instead of then relying on traditional finance in terms of, you know, how to get equity for her business, how to get the funding which she was looking for, she tokenized by her business equity on Zonix platform, right? And they issued security tokens to global investors. And this, of course, created this lower entry barriers. It increased the global reach, liquidity, and of course, this secondary trading, which she could enter after that. And I think how Zonix is also enabling women entrepreneurs is by helping them. I won't particularly focus only on capital raising because that is still a very difficult part and it highly depends also on the project. If it's a high quality project, there's a lot of potential. Of course, the road gets significantly easier, but it's trying to make it into a very fairer and a platform where, you know, there can be more cross-border transactions. The whole market opens up for them. And this is something that, you know, women would find it's a good avenue for them to explore versus the traditional avenues.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, Shefali, that's right, and I agree on your point. So my next question with Ankita: what advice would you give to policymakers and industry leaders looking to embrace tokenized economy?
Um, I the advice would be please be active. That will be the basic and
Yeah, that's
important advice. Okay, so I'll just take an example out here. Like we are talking about real estate tokenization, right? So government can come actively forward. I know they're writing papers, they're understanding things. There's a gift city in India now, which is promoting everything. Sandbox projects are there. But one thing which is lacking is the practical implementation of it. So, for example, when I was doing projects from the real estate uh, sector, there were clients and they were asking how the landscape of every state is different. You know, every law in a different state is different because land is state law oriented, and then comes the center, and then other things. Okay, so at that moment, one idea came to my head. Why don't the government promote their own projects, for example their own hotels, okay, or which is owned by the government, rest houses which is owned by the government, the industry which is owned by the government, the land which we call the government land, why don't they take them under the sandbox, make relate to the tokenomics, promote it, understand how the legal is going to be affected, how the people are going to be affected, how the judiciary is going to be affected. So now we have, I think, ample of knowledge which is floating on the floor everywhere, but still we don't have a practical examples from the policymakers and the government sector. And their active participation is very important by giving real examples to us so that people can understand how we are legally protected. Now, let me tell, Shivali was talking about how the woman empowerment, right? Uh, when during the COVID, there was one paper which came forward, which showed that 47% of the Indian women are investing into crypto. Now it would have escalated more than 50 also, right? So they are moving from that, challenging that gender bias to a modern woman, and how they're promoting and how they're considering their finances to be protected. So if you remember in the starting, I said we have to divide in tangible and intangible assets. So when I talk about tangible assets, it's the gold bars, the gold, silver. And in India, females have this habit of, making their security by buying gold, jewelry on any occasion. So I think in India, if we have like 50 ceremonies, every 50 ceremony that we will have buy a gold or silver thing and put it into a locker. What if this has been, because there's a token is what? It is value based, some values attached to that token. If we just convert that gold into token, which give them power to take their own locker, which is in the bank, along with them and travel anywhere in the world. Why not? Right? And have a independency of exchanging that ownership or buying something or transferring it. Why that cannot be done? So there are very amazing examples which can be done by the policymakers and the government to test it and then define proper jacket tight laws so that everyone is accountable in this and protect the investor, the consumer, the person, the future of the coming generations. So that is one of the things which is very important. And another thing, what we all saw, what happened in Los Angeles, the entire city was burned down in days, right? If those houses were converted into a token, the ownership can be protected very nicely. So once the city comes into development, they would have claimed their ownership on the basis of that token. So that gives the security to a person also. The same thing what happened with in Kabul. In one night they were supposed to shift it. Israel, we have so many examples. So now I think the policymakers really need to wake up and understand the practical problems the citizens are facing in every country, and how to save them by inducing the technology into the traditional law and protect every citizen who's putting their hard and earned money every day. So that's my only advice to the policymakers and the administrators. And it's not only for India, for the entire world. Yeah.
Thank you, Kita, for the wonderful insight about the policymakers and like tokenization topic. We can talk whole day because we all
Yes.
are in tokenization space. So like
Yeah.
that, due to time limit, we have to wind up now. And almost like it is a very wonderful session. Like Charu was giving a lot of insight about the security, government aspects, and everything. Ankita has given insights about the regulatory aspects. Then the women's in blockchain part, like Magdalena has said a lot. Shefali has an insights about the all tokenization use cases, how we can tokenize different assets for the asset class. Then Anju has given insights about the like what is the vision for the next 5-6 years about the tokenization. So it's a wonderful discussion, and happy women's Day to all the wonderful women we have in the panel or we are in the groups. So thank you all. So I'm winding up the session. Thank you all. Thank you.
Just one point here. There are a few questions which the attendees have asked. Maybe a panelist can just take a look at those till the time we start the next panel.
Yes,
Thank you,
please.
everyone. Yeah.
So there are some questions. I like one question from the Labs, Dr. Labs. What are the challenges in the regulation of tokenization process? How can we standardize and harmonize the use of tokenization globally? I think that question can go to Ankita directly. It's about regulation.
Garima, can you just read out the question again?
What are the challenges in the regulation of tokenization process? How can we standardize and harmonize the use of tokenization globally?
Okay, so as I've already explained, we really need to have a real examples to understand what is happening, what can come into our paths, what is to be solved. So, for example, I said the real estate is the best example and the safest example to be done. So, government can put their properties under the sandbox and see how the rules and regulation is going to affect them. how the investors are going to show their interest into that, how things can be better by using the tokenization, how the ownership is going to come. So such examples can be taken by the policymakers and by the tech industry to at least start understanding how we can infuse law and technology together, which is the biggest challenge. So, who has asked this question, it's very practical thing that until and unless the tech will not infuse with the law, the implementation is not going to happen. So that's why I said, Garima, you have to have panels with the judges and the lawyers. At least they start understanding it so that the cases which are coming up in the courts with regard to cryptocurrency, tokenization, real estate, that could be understood at least by the lawmakers so that they can suggest in their own judgments to the government that please come with this policy or what answer the question what we are seeking or make us understand how the things going to happen in future. So I think that's the best part we can do right now.
Yes, Ankita, definitely. I would love to host a session maybe the next month with all the judges and all the lawyers who are working the regulatory framework towards the, like cryptocurrency and tokenization. I would love
And
to
I would
host
love
that and experience that with you.
Yeah,
And a lot of judges also I will try to include in that from like
definitely.
across the globe. So I know a lot of people who are into legal space and they are working towards tokenization and like digital assets. So I will try to bring all of them on the same platform and we can have a discussion kind of thing and some chat to discuss more about the future of regulations and policies, what we can make towards tokenization.
Exactly.
And we have one more question from Dr. Lab again. How different types of currencies like fiat, digital, and cryptocurrency will be made to work as a common denominator? So this question either Shefali or either Charu can take. Whoever wants to take. Isn't chat?
I can go. Yeah, I mean, I can just provide a
Yes,
small
yes, please.
perspective, and Shivali, hand it over to you. I guess again, observations from various projects rolled out by governments and central banks. The inconsistencies or different standards around CBDCs and the regulatory frameworks around each of those, and in addition to the way different stable coins are treated. So I guess those are there are gaps there. I mean, right now the experiments that have been done have delivered good results, but in order to scale and to be able to deliver cross-border kind of tokenization or trade or FX transfer projects, we need consistent standards. And that's where we as an ecosystem need to come together. That's a big area that needs to be addressed by industry, by builders, by projects, by governments together. So it's
Yes, Charu is done. So we have our next question. Like as a blockchain, answers, how can I empower telecom sector from the excellence in customer service point of view? For that, this question, who would like to take? Shefali, you or Magdalena? Shefali, you?
Yeah, I can take it.
Yeah, please
So
take.
it's just, so basically like for Zonix as an infrastructure provider, you can tokenize any asset in the world. Now, what asset it is, that depends on the asset owner or the issuer. Now, for example, I was just reading these, and in terms of blockchain, using the blockchain technology and smart contracts to make a seamless so, for example, Vodafone and Telefonica, what they have done is they've piloted this blockchain-based loyalty points, and where they basically allow these customers that they can redeem their points on cross-network chains. Also, in terms of mobile number portability, right? There's also been these cases where they are exploring blockchain in terms of making sure that all the data has been saved properly. It is it's all available in a centralized location, and they're putting all of that on chain to manage all these digital IDs per se for instant onboarding and documentation purposes. So, I mean, telecom sector, I don't think it has been fully explored. It's definitely something that should be. And yeah, I'm sure there could be many new use cases which we can find there.
Yeah, thank you, Shefali, for the answer. So it was a wonderful panel. So like all women are really great in this panel, and we hope all new insight about the DID from the next panel. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, Charu, Ankita, Shefali, Anju, and Magdalena. Thank you all.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
So now I would like to introduce our next moderator. So we have Ankita. So Ankita Patidar, she is a tech enthusiast working as tech lead in Ironworks, and she has been working in the blockchain space for more than 8 years and having a lot of experience into EVM-based blockchain development. And she has contributed to a lot of LFDT projects like Fabric, Indie, Aries, Besu. From past 7 years, she has been working towards building enterprise-grade decentralized R&D solutions and contributing toward LFDT projects as a primary. The project was credible that they have recently contributed towards a like LFDT Foundation project that is live open source, and she was a main contributor there. And she also actively participated in wider global communities that focus on self-sovereign identities. So, hand over to you, Ankita.
Thank you very much for a very quick introduction, Garima. So I'll welcome all our panelists. So while listening to the tokenization panel, it was really insightful, and I was just correlating it with digital IDs. Like towards the end, we were talking about identities, right? Digital identities. So I was correlating it with that. And so we have the next panel, this panel, and which is on the digital identities, like how the future of digital identities, privacy, security, and trust. So I welcome all our panelists. Kavita, she's a CEO at Solverse. We have Heather, she's CEO at IndieCIO. Hemlata, she's with Merkle Hub. We have Aarti Tiwari, she's a CPO, Chief Product Officer at Emertech Innovations. So I know this is like this is late for few of you, Heather. It is like midnight for you. So yeah,
1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. But
Yeah, you
thank you
need
so
to
much
we're
for
good.
probably
We're
and Kavita is in travel. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, you
And
may have to excuse me for a little bit of noise in the background because we have announcements going on at the airport. I'm like, on the layover segment right now. So
yeah, I would love you to introduce yourself. Just a quick introduction about yourself, please. So maybe we'll start with Aarti.
Thank you, Ankita. So I am Aarti, like Ankita introduced, I'm the Chief Product Officer at Emertech. For the past 6 years, we've been using blockchain primarily in supply chains. So the previous panel that was being discussed, and I think one point was being discussed, that is tokenizing supply chains is the most difficult. I will actually attest to that, wherein adopting blockchain into the various sectors that we've been doing. So just to continue that, I started as an intern, as a developer, and then I realized how the real world problems can be solved using blockchain. And then now I am working as the Chief Product Officer. And also thank you and happy Women's Day. So looking forward to this.
Thank you. Yeah, Heather.
Hi. I started working identity and verifiable credentials just over a decade ago. At the time, I was working on threat intelligence, and one of the challenges with the zero trust architecture.
I think Heather, you are breaking.
your break, yeah. No, it's her network is, I think, is spotty.
Okay.
In the meantime, maybe Hemlata, if you wanna.
Yeah, Hemlata.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. And it's great to be on this panel, and very happy Women's Day to everyone. I was there on the first panel listening to the panelists, and it was amazing to know how many strong women are there in the technology roadmap today, and especially in blockchain, which is going to be very path-breaking for our future. Introducing myself, I'm Hemlata Bhaskar. I'm the founder and CEO of Merkle Hub, which is a very young startup, just beginning off, rubber hitting the road very soon in the next 3 months. So this is all to do with decentralized identity and verifiable credentials as the core. At the core of it, DID and verifiable credentials is part and parcel of it. But over that, we are building, several solutions which are completely decentralized and which add a lot of value to our to several verticals, industry, verticals. We're starting off with education, but very soon scaling into financials and healthcare and exciting areas to come. Prior to this stint of mine, I was the head of engineering and blockchain development at Amazon Web Services, which is AWS, where I drove quite a lot of significant projects in the blockchain space, in the public sector, space in India. I'm sure most of you would have used the DigiYatra app, so which basically uses the facial recognition and the decentralized identity using Hyperledger Aries in the background. So that's one of our initial projects after it was taken on by other teams and of course the government itself. So I'm very excited about what we're doing and more to do as we proceed talking about it. Thank you.
Great.
Lovely guys. I mean, it's like, one, we hear about one and the next one is, it's just as strong as everybody. Very good to be in good company. Thank you for having me here today. And sorry about that. I'm Kavita Kanaparthi. I'm the founder and CEO of Solverse, which is building a decentralized identity infrastructure, complete infrastructure. We started off as an ID provider, just an ID provider. But as we started completing the DID infrastructure, we thought that we need to have a complete foundation. So we included a wallet, interoperable layer, zero knowledge proof sharing, which is called the Sologram, and multiple Sol scan, which enables you to create your DID with just your biometrics without any storage on the cloud, using only DLTs. So it is a complete end-to-end decentralized infrastructure for SSI to build any use case on. We're not just focusing only on BFSI or anything like that. You can have logistics, you can have anything. We are focusing on IoTs as well. We're building one solution today. We're talking about tokenization. I wanted to jump in and talk about how fractionalized gifting also is taking off. You're not just fractionalizing your assets, you're fractionalizing gifting as well, event space as well. And end-to-end solutions are possible when you have a complete infrastructure in place, the foundation in place. And that is what we wanted to focus on. And we're building on Hyperledger Indy. So and we want to expand on that. We are right now compatible with all the EVM chains, Solana. We're building on XTC as well because we're trying to partner with them, working with them, and Bitcoin as well. And we'll be expanding to other chains and other ledgers. So we're going to be an end-to-end solution that anybody and everybody can build on using APIs and SDKs. So, it seems an enormous undertaking, but we are there. Now we are hitting the ground running, building solutions. We have two partners. We have two clients at this time. We're building on for colleges and gifting and tokenization and all of that. So
great
a lot to talk
amalgamation.
about. And also, yes, Heather, I think, we're talking to Hemant about the Indicia partnership as well. We're going to be using them and also working with them.
Thank you.
So yes, we have a few people that we are collaborating with on this platform. Yeah, thank you.
I think a good amalgamation of verifiable credential, tokenization, and other blockchains that we are looking into in near future.
So the wallet supports both IDs and assets, so end-to-end assets, and also interfacing with the local financial stacks, which is UPIs and any countries in the financial stacks. So it's 4 wallets in one.
Great. Heather, sorry, actually missed you. You were dropped off in between. So would you like to take a few minutes and introduce your
that we focus.
I think we're losing Heather again.
Travel credential, national border crossings, and as well as for financial services and using verifiable credentials for education to show proof of diplomas.
Correct. Thank you. Thanks for that. So I'll just start with we are talking about digital identity everywhere, right? And we are aware of self-sovereign identity that most of us are working in. So I would like to just have a quick thought on how do you define identity, digital identity and SSI based solutions in today's world? And also, what are the challenges which are in achieving privacy, security, and trust in digital identity, which SSI has came over again?
So,
yeah, Kavita, please go ahead.
Okay. So when we talk about digital identity, we are mostly been focusing on, let's say, prime example is DigiWallet. Everybody thinks that's digital identity, right? So unless you have an end-to-end trust factor that, you cannot trust something that is in, non-decentralized wallets. There is a huge misconception that, digital wallet is a decentralized wallet. It is not a decentralized wallet. That is the focus that we need to, that's the education that we want to bring initially before people confuse between what a digital wallet is and what a decentralized wallet is. And that is where the DIDs and SSI come into play to enable the decentralized wallets, where we're talking about the zero trust factor. And, when you're talking about tokenization, digital wallets don't support the tokenization as well. We're not supporting tokenization. How do you support a digital wallet? And a decentralization is what that brings the tokenization to power all these solutions. Without DID, you cannot power all these solutions. And when you're talking about insurance sharing, when you're talking about medical data sharing, talking about all of those things, you cannot share them without a DID backing them. So this is where the core of DID lies. When you're talking about solutions for IoTs, that is where the core of DID lies. We're talking about data shared from drones to AI and all of that, right? You want a command to be powered from the data that is, drawn from a drone. How do you, the immutability needs to be there. And that is where the DID of an IoT, comes into play. So all of these things that you're talking about, without the DID as a base, you cannot power the entire solution end to end. And that is where we want to talk about the DID solutions, right? If you want to talk about a digital certificate, and you have to excuse me, maybe somebody else want to take, this, why don't somebody take until this goes off? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, can you? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I think I'll just step back a little bit back in history, right? And how we in this present interconnected world where digital identity refers to not just a number, right? But it's a collection of attributes, credentials, data, which actually uniquely identifies an individual, not just an individual, but an organization or a device. We're talking about drones, right? So it could identify anything on the internet. So traditionally, what have happened is, all these digital identification methods have been managed by central authorities and entities like governments, corporations, and they rely on very, very, fragile things like usernames, passwords, or government issued identity, which are actually stored in siloed systems. But where self-sovereign identity, which is SSI, makes it completely a different paradigm to take on is that, it's a blockchain-based solution, which is actually, it empowers individuals to own and control their own identity and information. which is a huge step, a leap from how traditionally digital identities were managed. And what that provides is it allows us to actually control what information we want to share, how we want to manage it on the network, as well as ensure that you can preserve your privacy. You can ensure that you choose what you want to do in the thing without relying on any intermediaries or a centralized authority. So that's one big shift in the way things work. Apart from that, given that SSI depends on decentralized identity and verifiable credentials, which are actually stored in digital wallets, as you were just saying, which are basically stored on the blockchain end of the day, right? And it enhances security and trust, and it provides a lot of immutability and allows you to transact in a method that was never before possible, and instantaneously for that matter. So that gives a lot of ease of operations, reduces a lot of business workflows to very, very small things to manage at real time. So I think that's a huge path-breaking, opportunity that we have, and the transition from the traditional digital identity to SSI. Of course, speaking of the challenges, of course, there are fraud detection and all that it allows you to capture. But I think in the last panel, Ankita, who was an advocate, was talking about the whole adoption methodology and how the regulators and the industry folks, especially technologists, can come together. I think that is the big challenge.
So one of the challenge I want to talk about. Sorry, go ahead, Heather. Well,
yeah, I was going to say, I agree. Identity is in one way in the eye of the beholder. And really for decentralized identity, it's a collection of data points. And those data points can represent an individual human, an organization, a thing. And it allows different parties to share data points amongst each other without any centralized database direct integrations, therefore reducing your security risk without having to be in a federated system. So it allows for that flexibility, and it allows one to build that consent in, which is very important, and removes the correlation and tracking that you get with the previous legacy ways of exchanging data.
So with this sharing of the data point that you said, Heather, so like zero knowledge proofs, selective disclosure, it comes in there, those data point sharing, right? So and minimal disclosure are gaining traction with this technology stack, digital identity and self-sovereign identity. So how do you see them reshaping the identity verification, especially the identity verification mechanisms? So maybe Heather or Aarti.
Yes, absolutely. So I've been hearing from everyone, right? Like this is not just limited, say, to a person or an organization, but it spans preserving this identity and also keeping it in a way that it's secure, it's private, and there's trust in it. So when it comes to zero knowledge proofs, where it'll shine or where it sits here is basically understanding what exactly needs to be shared and how it needs to be shared, right? So in identifying in solutions. So for example, we work in compliance, right? So we provide solutions to companies that work in compliance. In such cases, they're very adamant on not disclosing certain information that will hamper their business or their credibility. So what we try to do is we try to build solutions for them, or identifying the data for them, wherein we only expose the data or provide the data which will be easy for them to verify. For example, I'll tell you the compliance that is coming, which is called EUDR. So EUDR tells companies that they have to provide proof that whatever they're procuring from is not coming from a deforested land. Now, this is a proof that you have to provide as a company. And how do you do that? So this is wherein we use zero knowledge proofs and a selective disclosure, wherein the company is not revealing what or who they supply from or they source from, but they're revealing the proofs that need to be given and verified. And at the end of it is the spectrum where the government or the entities who are going to verify it are going to see it. So I think it is going to span multiple different use cases. Other one also being, for example, it could be the market research that happens. So it involves having the identities of a lot of C panels, CEOs, CXOs, and therein their insights are valuable, but they do not want to essentially reveal their identity in such things. So providing zero knowledge proof in such cases where the identity is not exactly revealed, but the credibility is there. So I feel like these are some of the places I feel it'll shine in the coming time, and maybe we'll find out more. Yeah.
One other thing is
one of
essentially
the
this. Yeah.
one of the features of this is governance, and allows the parties for the verification how they need to ingest info in order to meet their regulations, their compliance, or just the data to make a business decision. One of the things that we're seeing with verifiable credentials is that you can have a credential that not only passes data, in the case of a digital travel credential type 1, passes the data in totality, but also that same credential allows for selective disclosure, and the verifier can choose which way it needs to take that information in order to complete their business or their government decision.
Exactly. Correct. Yeah, I think Hemlata or Kavita was also adding some point over there.
Yeah, in terms of, I think, Heather just actually very succinctly answered that. It's the same ID can be used for multiple, there's a schema at the end of it all when you have credential. So you can choose, what parts of that schema you are actually sharing with the particular, the verifier that you want to share it with at the end of the day. So you don't have to carry multiple identities, and, and you can use the same one through zero knowledge proof. Or there are other protocols as well, which are still under, development for your data to actually be literally zero knowledge proof, even on the blockchain. Today when you go on to any of the Etherscan or a Polygon scan or any of that, when you have a public key, you can see that the amount of the transfers that actually happen, the data that is being recorded and all of that stuff, right? So there are other protocols which will evolve, as zero knowledge proof protocols. One of them being CAPE. It is still under development at this time on the Polygon chain, which will actually wrap the data on the chain, on the scan itself, that you can see a transfer maybe that has happened between two public keys, but you'll not see exactly what actually has transpired between these two public keys, which will be essentially the privacy of a person. Let's say you're getting paid salaries or something like that. You're buying a house. You don't want people to know the quantum of that, the transfer, right? So that is going to be key at the end of the day, not just, in terms of what is happening in the verification itself, right? So these are the things that as you go are going to be developed. It's going to be very, very key to our privacy, our security, and how we're going to transact on the blockchain at the end of the day. So we're looking forward to more and more of these protocols to be developed, so people like us who are developing the foundation can actually truly say that this is going to be extremely secure for, for our privacy and existence on the blockchain. Thank you.
There is one more thing which plays an important role while transacting these digital identities, and mostly in self-sovereign identity, that is user consent. Like we have discussed about user consent as well. So I would just like to ask, how do we balance between user control with the compliance requirements? Like there are so many compliance which are coming in, right? We have DPDP for India, GDPR, HIPAA, and all the privacy and data compliance and other privacy regulations as well. So how do we balance user control with the compliance requirements? So Hemlata, would you like to take that up?
Sure. So as you rightly said, user consent is very central to self-sovereign identity and the SSI model itself, and empowering individuals, with granular and revocable control over their data and what to share, when to share, and with whom to share, actually, aligns with the GDPR and the privacy laws through principles like data minimalization and explicit permission. So these are actually defined in those policies, and that's exactly what these technologies, the zero knowledge proof and all that, right? They implement. So with that, without revealing any sensitive data, which compliance, which will challenge compliance, etc., or even regulatory requirements, it is very important to be very privacy driven right from the beginning of the project itself, right from the beginning of the solution design itself. You have to be very privacy centric and understand exactly how to configure the system such that you can provide the granular controls. At the same time, you should be able to revoke it. You as a user who owns the credentials will be able to revoke it and proceed from there. So I think it's very important, to kind of play a balance. And again, this varies from countries, right? For example, in India, our KYC frameworks have certain, certain regulations on how we need to perform KYC, especially when you're invoking the Aadhaar API. So you basically invoke the Aadhaar API, you understand whether there's a genuine human behind that particular identity or not. And with that information, you proceed to go ahead and create the digital identity around it, right? Not the digital identity, but the distributed identity. So designing the system from there on to ensure that you're following the appropriate regulatory requirements and the compliance needs, along with an appropriate user interface, such that a very novice user will be able to look at his application and know how to kind of add, remove credentials, and also how to kind of manipulate the security or privacy requirements, which data to share, where to share, etc., is very critical. And I think that's where a lot of learning is happening today on how to exactly design systems that can work cross-border, which can work globally, not just in India or in any country. So those are all the thoughts that go into, I would say, the architects, the blockchain architects have to make those decisions correctly in order to bring in that fine balance between what the regulatory requirements are versus the SSI model itself.
Right. And it's understanding the use case, understanding the compliance and the regulation, but also looking at this from a UI, UX perspective, really going out and testing these systems with people who are actually going to be using them. One of the earlier projects in Indicio is we were brought in because a decentralized identity project that they'd been working on wasn't succeeding. And it wasn't gaining what we learned. And this was an academic education use case, is that they were requiring 52 agreements of consent in order for someone to share academic records. And that was to the extent of, yes, it's very important for a person to provide their consent, where those in the SSI world got lost in the fact that a human was trying to use it. And so I think that's the balance here, is regulation, use, and the business requirement there, and everything really tested with the people who are going to be on using these systems.
Technically speaking, on the front, the consent and the data rules, the data is mainly the concern of the governments, is that the data is not abused. Whatever is being collected, whatever is being shared, whatever is being stored has to actually be known to the person whose data is being collected and stored within the confines of the geographical locations where the government mandates it. And when you share it, that the user actually knows that the data has been shared. Today, we have all these cookies and all of that stuff. And some of them tell you, we reject all. At the end of the day, our data has already been collected. Even if I'm rejecting it today, the prior information that they've already collected is still there with them, right? So with consent, today, every time you use it, utilize it, you need consent from the person. And since we don't, and when you're storing them on DLTs, now it is distributed across the globe. It is not in one geographical location. So as you meet more and more, as the governments understand these rules, I think that the GDPRs, DPDPs are going to actually be at the end of the day going to be, matching what actually happens in the blockchain space, not the other way around. We're not going to be running after trying to meet the GDPR rules. GDPR and DPDPs and HIPAAs of the world are going to actually frame themselves around the blockchain, the way blockchain architecture is going to be designed. And that is what we're going to see tomorrow, because now the user is every time is consenting to what, can be used, what cannot be used. If you take it in the banking world, we are designing a solution where every time the data is shared with the vendors of a bank to print their even the bank checks or whatever it is consent based and revoked once it is is utilized. So all these rules are going to be framed around the blockchain, technologies, not the other way around. And I'm looking forward to that. And that is my 2 cents about, how this is all going to come about.
Yes, and I might just add to the same philosophy that everyone's preaching here. So it has to be privacy by design. Whenever we make all of these systems, the architecture that revolves around it needs to identify what exactly the user is going to do. Like I think Kavita just said that at the end of it, they keep forgetting that it's a user using it. And also, for example, just to take as an example that my mother, when she's using, say, applications like UPI, now she understands the user interface of it, what's happening in the background, the hood and everything. But when it comes to things like this, when you're providing data or even asking to revoke data, so it needs to be very simple, straightforward, but at the same time keeping security and trust and privacy at the center of it is what I believe.
I think security, privacy, and managing identities is a very technical task, and we need a simple user interface, as I understand, to make it simple, right? But identities and credentials can change, right? Maybe mine, I want to change my name, and it can have a revocation of access as well. So how do SSI, like how you are in your SSI application, or how does SSI and blockchain-based identity handle such updates in credential and revocation securely? So currently with the credential formats we have.
In our case, we work with a revocation registry. We do a lot of Hyperledger, Aries, non-creds, SDGs. In that case, it's a revocation registry, and the verifies the credential against the registry to make sure that it is still up to date. Ultimately, it is up to the governance of the verifier to decide how and when they want to accept a credential, and that registry is made.
And how the reissuance, I was just curious, like how the reissuance of these credentials looks like when you want to change, update. So how the user interface, or what challenges we are having there, or how we can.
Ankita, yeah, so I'll take that if it's okay. What happens is, when you are, let's say you're updating, your sometimes, simple cases like when you're married, you change your name. Your certificate, that probably, your education certificate would have a different name at point of time. And then, your, maybe married name may be different, or, you have decided to change your name on your own accord, whatever it is. Sometimes, kids who are emancipated from their parents decide to change their name, and do all of that stuff. Or, so there is what is called, sometimes you can choose the government can choose to give, expirable credentials. Once the credential expires, you can require to issue. So all of this, when this all needs to happen within an ecosystem. So when the government allows you to change the name, it automatically knows whose credential it needs to revoke and reissue, right? So this has to be within an ecosystem. So if you're changing, let's say you are changing your college certificate is in one name, and you're changing your name, the college needs to know that it needs to maybe reissue that certificate with a different name. So it all comes into play when everything comes into the ecosystem. So we have a little ways to go for everything to fall in, like a domino effect, everything to fall into place. So right now, maybe there will be a certain manual intervention that will happen. So there is going to be a Web 2 and Web 3 marriage. But over a period of time, when everything becomes into a certain ecosystem, and interoperability is there within all these ecosystems, with an interoperability layer, everything falls into place and everything becomes, there is a notification that goes to somebody that this credential is not valid anymore. This needs to be reissued. And the revocation happens automatically and it's reissued. So it's seamlessly, this seamlessness is going to take a little bit of time. But the frameworks are being built at this time. And all of us working together, let's Ironworks and Indicio and Hemlatas and Earthies of the world are going to work together, and that seamlessness is going to happen.
Yeah. So
Just
I think
want to add also.
Yeah, go on, Hemlata.
Yeah. So I want to add, as Heather was mentioning about the revocation registry, right? And that's a real solution that exists today, which we can invoke for managing dynamic, identities. When I say dynamic identities, the attributes of the identities that are possible to change in the future, right? And this again can depend if one education institution can have something like a rotating certificate. For example, it expires after a certain period of time and then it has to be reissued, as Kavita was emulating. So managing the revocation registry is very critical, and that starts with the schema, right? When you're designing your schema, you define what will go into where do you register? I mean, what do you register in your revocation registry? Is it the name? Is it the address that you can change, etc.? And you can define that. Now, apart from that, there is also, given that a blockchain is immutable, there is also something called as an off-chain, management of data. So you don't put all the data on the blockchain, you manage it off-chain. So the way we design the off-chain information and how we manage data around it makes a huge difference on how we can actually manage these kind of dynamic data, and which can change in the future. And again, it has to happen seamlessly, and that you provide by, again, design first principles on how do you manage revocations and what kind of data do you manage offline and what do you actually put on the blockchain. Just to give some example, what we do is, we only take the digital identity, decentralized identity, which is what has been generated by the system, manage that, hash it and put it on the blockchain, whereas everything else is managed off-chain. And that gives us a full flexibility. Tomorrow, if somebody wants to change something altogether, or say a university wants to change, and we have a provision for it in the revocation registry. So again, design makes a lot of difference, and solutions exist.
Correct. And we need the trust framework.
There was just one more personal experience that I very recently had, and it ties down to the the conversation that we're having. So I recently got married, and I got my marriage registered, and then I did not change my name after that, and I was applying for a visa. And when I went there, so while filling the entire visa application, it never mentioned that I have to provide proofs for this marriage certificate, and it needs to have certain things. And when I reached the visa office, they tell me that it needs to has a certain attestation by a certain department, and it will take easy 21 days to get that. Now, the problem was that this thing existed, the digital version of it existed, but the information that goes from one department to other did not exist. The infrastructure did not exist. So if there was a verifiable credential that I could have done, this entire 21-day window could have gone to, say, 21 seconds. But till we do not implement this on ground, till the principles are not there, it might be a hassle. But once it's there, then I think this can do wonders. Yeah.
I think we need that trust framework, interoperability between the enterprise, government, individuals, and everyone to have an ecosystem of verifiable credentials. So I think I'll have the next question. Maybe Heather, you can answer that. Like we are talking about AI and machine learning and everything a lot, right? So what do you think, how it can shape the future of digital identity verification?
I think when you look at the European Union artificial intelligence last year, slides where it's talking about security and trustworthiness of AI. One of the key parts of that is given, but also the consent and identity of all parties including bots or involved in this, and that's where verifiable credentials and decentralized identity. So AI, especially decentralized identity, and offer that on-ramp for AI to ensure especially the trustworthiness of the data along with the parties that are involved in that AI ecosystem. So there is a large role, and in the case of verifiable credentials, where we're finding early adoption of decentralized identity is simply with chatbots, being able to pull a credential into a chatbot interaction, but also identifying that you're engaged with actually the authorized chatbot of that organization and not a fraudulent agent who poses as the bank chatbot or the airline chatbot. So that's a very early stage that I think is fascinating to be working in early pilots on. It's just the beginning of decentralized identity.
Yeah. SSI is not just for individual, but it is for entity, organization, and everything that we have on this planet. So I think maybe in next 5 to 10 years, we are talking about decentralization and decentralized identity, right? So what do you think, will digital identity will be fully decentralized, or will we still need centralized authority for certain use cases? What do you think? Maybe Aarti or
I think,
Kavita? Yeah, Kavita, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's going to be a little while. We're going to have the marriage of Web2 and Web3 for some time. And, I'm going to have to leave at this time. Thank you all for having me. I think Hemlata and Aarti and Heather are absolutely, going to be great in answering the rest of the questions. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So I think for the question that you're asking, will it be fully decentralized? I feel like that it's not so easy. It's not binary 0 or 1. I think it will be some while wherein some information will have to exist off chain. It will have to exist on Web2 platforms, and only the part of it where it requires integrity checks or it requires information that needs to be shared and is in a trustworthy manner. I think it will be till that. I don't even think it needs to be fully decentralized. It needs only parts of it that are required to be decentralized to be there onto the blockchain. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I agree with that, right? I mean, things don't have to be fully decentralized. We will definitely only have what is called a hybrid model, which is blended, decentralized frameworks along with centralized authorities for specific roles, rather than achieving full decentralization. Specifically, for when it comes to centralized and federated authorities, where high trust, information is required. And there are regulated use cases like national identities and passports and or financial KYC, AML compliance, where government and institutions have to actually retain issuance authority or even the revocation, oversight. In such cases, definitely we will be continuing with the centralized model, and everything that revolves around it definitely will become decentralized. So it's basically a hybrid approach we will be taking in the next 5 to 10 years. And it will continue that way, I'm sure.
It will be like both the worlds complementing each other.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of global interoperability work and cross-border identity verification going on in this space of SSI and digital identities too. Right. So what are the, there are so many standards which are coming up, technical standards which are coming up for verifiable credentials itself. So how do you see those interoperabilities between those standards? And what do you think, Heather, how much time it will take to have these at least implementing standards to be interoperable?
Organizations and governments are going to have to support multiple protocols, multiple standards, multiple credentials styles, multiple signature types, interoperability is key out of the gate. This is not a one protocol, one credential rules them all world that we're living in. Interoperability already between OID for VC and DIDCOM have been proven and put into use. We have to continue as those of us working in this space to put interoperability first. And as organizations are looking to adopt, they need to adopt solutions that support interoperability as well at multiple layers. And so that's part of the market education that we all have to do.
True. It's the responsibility that we have as tech enterprises. So one more thing that we are talking about a lot, which is IoT devices and metaverse and Web3, just like we had a panel on tokenization, right? So how do you think this tech stack of digital identity will can be integrated and or maybe shape the future of metaverse, IoT devices and other Web3 tech stacks? Maybe Hemla can take. Yeah.
Yeah. So digital identity and even self-sovereign identity, right, will be very foundational to Web3 and metaverse by enabling user sovereignty, interoperability, and trust. Specifically, by giving that immersive environments on a very trusted, ecosystem. So especially, if you're talking about creating avatars and, using that to kind of in the metaverse world and representing your identity, there has to be a way to tie it back to, something of trust, which is you as an individual. So I'm sure, a digital identity is going to provide you that method, which is currently not available if you look at metaverse for that matter, or even the internet generally, right? You do not know if a particular email address really belongs to a particular person or if it's just a spam, and it coming from a bot. So all of that traceability and tying back definitely is something that digital identity and decentralized identity, I would say, provides a method to do. And it's going to be very core to Web3 and to the design of Web3 and metaverse going forward.
What about the IoT devices, how it can change or solve the problem, maybe that currently we have?
See, IoT devices are so tiny in nature, right? And the way they communicate is using MQTT protocol, and they are completely a different, area of work, I would say, where you have to really look at very low power, very, they do have an identity, but is that identity something that you can tie up with something and be able to trace it across? You should be able to do. But again, that's where, right, the different layer 1, layer 2, layer 3 solutions come into play. You have an app level, method to kind of manage a given set of ecosystems. Say you have IoT devices deployed on the road in roads in Bangalore. You have a way to map each one of them to say, okay, which road do these belong to? What do they do? What information are they going to share, etc. So there is this granular level breakdown of the roles and responsibilities of every asset on the block, on the internet, not the blockchain, but on the internet. How you tie all these back, the parent-child relationship, to know what data will actually percolate to the real, end user is something that has to be figured out and designed. You're not going to send all of the IoT information back to the internet. And I'm sure, if a AC is kind of emitting, signals, whether it is stating whether it is working properly or not, 90% of the signals could be, a noise. So filtering out what is required and from which device is required is also very critical. So that's where you can tie an identity to anything for that matter. But which one of those do you do, etc., is again a design choice on how you want to do it. Whether you aggregate all of this information at a higher level in your tech stack, or do you boil it down to the actual granular level, is very use case dependent.
Yes,
so
and I
coming
believe
to
that
IT, whether it can have an ID, yes. Sorry,
yes.
please go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was just adding to it. which is what is said, right? Understanding the landscape of where the implementation is, who are going to be interacting, what is going to be the use case, determines a lot on what the tech stack should be. And on the basis of that, then you identify, what are the various. So it is always going to be an amalgamation of various technologies when it comes to security, having the cybersecurity aspects of it, or having IoTs. I also believe, like you said, that there is going to be a lot of noise, wherein I believe that AI is also going to be a part of this. But at the center of it, I think the mothership is always going to be blockchain, which is going to bring in the security and the immutable nature of it. And I believe that is what will help preserve identity and also keep it safe in such an environment.
So I'll just, we are over the time already. So I'll just have a quick one like rapid fire question for each one of you. And we'll wrap up the session. So if I want you to predict one major breakthrough in decentralized identity over next 5 years, what it will be? Yeah, Heather.
Decentralized identity is going to be used in full-scale production, where you, I, our relatives friends will be using it and have no idea that they use self-sovereign identity or decentralized identity and verifiable credentials to cross the border, receive a service, share information about themselves, open a bank account, and that's exactly what we want.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So if you have to, yeah, Aarti, you want to add something? If you want to, if you had to convince a government regulatory, because we are talking about regulations a lot, right? They have to be a part of it to make the ecosystem. So if you want to convince a government regulator to adopt SSI, what would be your one sentence pitch to them?
It is always that they need to understand that it's either going to optimize their time or money. And once that happens, I think they are all ears to listening to all of this. So if it's secure, if it's economical, and if it's trustworthy, then I think policymakers will adopt this for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, to add to that, I would say, SSI empowers citizens, especially speaking of governments, right? Governments love to do things for the citizens. SSI actually empowers citizens with secure, privacy-first control over their identity data. It slashes fraud in any field, for that matter, any industry vertical. It can bring down fraud and administrative costs, as Kavita was mentioning, while also ensuring compliance and enabling interoperability, cross-border services, and as Heather was mentioning, and also strengthens the national security and citizen trust. I think that is going to be a key game changer for the government to make decisions using SSI.
Okay. I think that's all we have. I mean, we can talk on this identity part for like hours and hours, but due to time constraint, we have to just keep it to this level. So I would like to thank you a lot for taking out your time and sharing your views on this, because identity is everything, and identity is very important for all of us. And it will come into everything in Pocket, as Heather said, mentioned very correctly. So with that, thank you so much for all of you, and for sharing your views and on this topic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And yes, we have some questions on the chat Q&A. I think you can answer them on the chat itself. Yes, thank you. So moving on to the next panel, we have our next panel on role of community in blockchain adoption. So we are talking a lot about having building the community framework and everything, right? So I would like to introduce Ritu. She is our moderator for this panel. Ritu is Associate Program Director with BirlaSoft, and she is a co-lead events and engagement at LFDT India chapter. She has over 20 years of experience in architecting and designing innovative business solutions in IoT and blockchain. Her experience goes across retail, healthcare, pharma, energy, and utilities, and also insurance industries. So, yeah, hi Ritu. Can you
Hello.
hear?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly. Thank you so much.
So
All
over
right.
to
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction. I will just add the panelists here. Possibly, just give me a second.
putting the panelists to the spotlight so that.
Yeah, sure. I am just trying to. Okay. We have Khushi. All right. So we have everyone. Yes.
Navya is also there. So
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. Hi.
Hi, Navya. Just let me add you as well. Okay. So we have all of you. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Now we can have Navya also. All right. Great. Hi. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's such a pleasure to moderate this discussion. It's about role of community in blockchain adoption. And if we see blockchain at its core, it's not just a technology, it's about people, right? The power of decentralization lies in the strength of the community which drives it, right? So from open source developers to governance participants, from basically educators to everyday users. So communities are the backbone, right? And I was just remembering a quote today that it's being said that if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go really far, you have to go together, right? And that's precisely why blockchain communities are so pivotal. And they are the force that takes the innovation just beyond the white papers into the real world adoption, right? And today we have an incredible panel of experts here who have been at the heart of the blockchain communities and driving that change and innovation with inclusivity. So I welcome all of you to this panel discussion. So let me introduce, I'll ask you guys to actually introduce yourself very quickly. We have Khushi, Shalini, Navya, and Sujata. So I would request all of you to just quickly give a brief introduction about yourself in a minute or so that everybody knows about you.
Yeah, sure. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, Khushi, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone, and happy International Women's Day. And I'm very happy to see all the talented women here discussing their ideas. So my name is Khushi, and I have been there in the Web3 space for like more than 3 years now. I started off as a developer and a content creator, and initially I confronted the major centralization problem, and that propelled me to explore Web3. Then I started off with Web3 development, and at the same time, I was working with a lot of local communities. I empowered a lot of women in tech to kickstart their journey in tech and soon transition to Web3. So like that is what I have been doing. Previously worked as a developer relations manager for a layer 0 protocol. And now I'm, working as a tech educator. And currently I'm also a Google WTM ambassador. So that is what I do. I love to, empower women, and I love to, educate people about Web3.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome, Khushi, and happy Women's Day to everyone. You reminded me again. All right, Navya, you want to go next?
Yes. Firstly, happy International Women's Day to everyone here. And first of all, I want to thank LFDT and also the Hyperledger community, because I used to always have this, little kind of, concern, because there are very much, very less leaders in women. So I really thank the community to bring up all the women together today. And yeah, to precisely just, introduce myself, I'm Navya Madhavi. I'm working as a blockchain solutions architect at Settlement India, and I have more than 7 years of experience in blockchain.
Okay, wonderful to have you, Shalini.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. And I'm Shalini Rao, the founder of Future Transformation, where we help startups, academia, and the stakeholder system to adopt emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, and cloud. Wishing everybody a very happy Women's Day and more power to women all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini. Welcome. Hey, Sujata.
Hey, Ritu, thank you so much for inviting me to this session. I'm truly honored, and thanks for all those wonderful panelists. Like, I was listening to you all, it was mind-boggling, like how much women are empowered, and then how well versed we are with all those challenges, right? It's fantastic, and absolutely, I'm like taken back with this panel, and really happy to see this and excited about it. And I am a senior director for a company called MOI, meaning My Own Internet. It's a blockchain-based company, and they do context-aware blockchain, meaning that I see like some of those challenges which posted on previous panels, like what are the values, and based on the value we need to decide. And we actually have the blockchain as an answer for all those, because our blockchain basically to address based on the context, adaptable feature. And so that's about my company. And we also have like validator nodes. Since we are talking about like community, we would definitely bring in all those what do you call features of it. Other than that, I have like more than 25 years of experience in implementing cybersecurity risk and compliance project for major pharmaceutical companies like AstraZeneca, Gilead, who's the one who came up with the remdesivir for the COVID vaccine, and also other major companies like American Express on privacy implementation. I have actually worked on a plasma tracking blockchain. This is for a pharmaceutical company called Takeda. This is one of the greatest a blockchain use case, because that is something which should be made famous and more adapted everywhere around the world, because plasma is something which is needed by all of us. So that's about me and my role here. I'm more of strategic and community-based builder and very interactive. So allowed to listen to you all at the same time, also contribute what I can. Thank you so much for inviting me. Happy Women's Day again. And one thing is like it's 2:24 in the morning in New York. So if I fall asleep, feel free to like slap me and say, hey, wake up. It's like just some more time.
No, that I can guarantee you. Nobody is going to sleep for sure. And all of the value which you all are going to add, I think that's next to impossible. So thank you so much, and this really means a lot. And that everybody from the last panel also, there were people joining from different locations, and this is truly amazing to see. Wow. So let's start with the basics. So what and I would rather like to start with you only, Sujata, that what do you think are basically the true role of a community in blockchain adoption? Is it just the engagement, or does it go a bit deeper into governance, or maybe innovation, maybe mass adoption? What do you think?
Let me start with this. As a program manager, right, always like looking into things like why we do the programs, why we do the projects, right? So it is always a challenge. There is some challenge for somebody or some community or some country or for some technical capability. We come up with the innovation and resolution and solutions for this, right? So I would say in a blockchain community is actually the one which provides us the use case challenges, right? So that's where we start from. And from there, like using those challenges, we start like looking into how we can come up with a solution for this. What is it that we can innovate, and how a lazy man's approach, that's what I look into, because a lazy man always comes with an innovative idea to do it quick and fast, and also like energy efficient, right? So that's one part of a thing about community who provide us like the challenges of real day-to-day, real time, or like futuristic challenges, and how we can provide solution. That's one part of it. Another is like, how can a community play a big role in this, right? Other than challenges, we are also providing the solutions, right? And also we are providing the knowledge awareness, like what are the new technologies which come in. Absolutely, about blockchain. Blockchain is more of like a, how do I say it? It's like a community driven and grassroots participation is what about, right? So it basically helps with the collaboration and governance, and it can be through many ways, basically, through education, development, governance, or financial support. But blockchain is the core, community is the core spinal cord for the any kind of innovation. So I always say like, building the community is the best part of it, and they are the ones who can provide more support and visibility of like what we are working on. For example, like first we can work on like dry awareness through education, right? How do we spread the knowledge and bring in new users, new developers? And if there are like misinformation in the community, meaning like not just the blockchain community, in our own community, right? Like where I live. So we can like provide information saying, hey, go to this community to see what you're talking about. They can provide you more in a clarity on the myths and misconceptions, right? About blockchain. That's one thing I always suggest. And the next one I would always say is like, they provide us the real world use cases. So community is like definitely, provides the best impact and most impactful for like blockchain development. Okay. And other than that, what else I could think of is like open source collaboration. We can bring in people together, like making the developers to understand like, hey, this is a new project which is coming, new technology which is coming. Like, how do you want to give it? What are the solution you can provide? These are like few things I could think of, but I would also pass it to others if they have anything they want to add here.
Yeah, sure. That's an open question if anybody wants to chime in. So, just related to this, so blockchain, thrives on decentralization, unlike the traditional industries where you see a top-down decision making, or the growth is driven from the top-down approach. Blockchain relies on the bottom-up participation. So this question is very much related. So with the earlier one, that why exactly does community engagement make it or break it, kind of a creates that kind of a blockchain project? So the more emphasis on this one is the why is the community engagement so crucial for the success of the blockchain project, especially when you compare it from the traditional tech industries? So anybody wants to answer that? That it's both of them are so very related questions actually.
Yes, I think I can take that up. So as you were rightly mentioning, Ritu, unlike the traditional, ecosystem of projects how we had, where we used to have monolithic applications, right, before the introduction of microservices. But post introduction of microservices, there was always a dire need of using the serverless computing mechanisms, right? So that's where post that, I think around early 2000s, right, these folks, the autonomous group, or the Satoshi Nakamoto has actually published the white paper. That's where the DLT strategies has been started with, right? So I think it's always, even the Bitcoin, wherever it has been evolved around 2007, even that is basically an autonomous group or an autonomous individual, anonymous individual who has basically implemented it, right, with an idea of where they can basically overcome the double spending problem, right? So I think even that's the starting point where they have proved, right, a community is quite crucial whenever there is something experimental or innovation has to be popped up, especially to resolve a particular business problem, not just business problem, but a particular problem. So Bitcoin has evolved to solve the double spending problem for the for the digital assets, right? So similarly, I think these days, even now, we are being part of Hyperledger community. We have a number of frameworks as part of Hyperledger, right? Being it like Hyperledger Indie, if we take, which is used for self-sovereign identities, and similarly Fabric for most of our private networks, especially utilized in healthcare and the banking domains. So I believe community engagement is quite crucial, because unlike the traditional applications where we used to have monolithic development, monolithic deployments, I think community is very crucial. Why? Because the greater minds has to come together such that we never know, each individual can just have an idea in a single night. That's how all our all the great minds or great innovations happen, right? So yeah, that is one thing. And also I believe with the evolution of the communities now, especially in blockchain, governance plays a vital role than anything, because governance, code of conduct, so on and so forth, has to be prioritized now, because of n number of communities have been evolved now in blockchain space, right? So I strongly believe that we have to actually concentrate from now on governance, code of conduct, and the decision making of all the whatever the contributions we get in place. So yeah, I think that's where as we can see already the success rate coming from Bitcoin community or Ethereum community and now Hyperledger community, right? And where the adaptation into healthcare and also the banking domain comparatively it's little more now. So I think the success rate also increases depending on the governance and also the other factors of diversity what we inculcate.
I so much agree to all your points, especially the one where you talk about the Bitcoin, and everybody knows Bitcoin is Bitcoin because people have that trust, or they know that that's the power of the people, right? Rather than any coins is in its intrinsic value.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and we never thought today, I think yesterday or day before, Bitcoin reached, I think 87 lakh INR, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So we never expected this, right? So now I feel that I might have bought Bitcoin around 27. It was just 55,000 INR. Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of other people might be thinking like that, but yeah, I agree to your points. So let's shift the gears, and we have talked good about why it is required. Let's talk about how to build it. So the strong community in general, it doesn't happen by itself, right? It's built with a lot of intention. So how about, Shalini, would you like to answer as to what would be the key factors or ingredients that make a blockchain community thrive? So is it like the leadership, or maybe the incentives, maybe the education, or something else you want to just shed some light on it?
Yeah, sure, Ritu. So when we talk about blockchain, so inside blockchain, we have the word chain or bond. So without the bonding, we cannot have blockchain. We need the communities to be together, and blockchain brings all of these communities together for various use cases. Definitely, communities play a major role in blockchain success, and I can say without blockchain communities, there is no success to blockchain technology. It has to be built upon something. So now let me mention some of the key factors. First, it needs to have a clear purpose. So without people knowing why they should be a part of it, they can never be a part of a blockchain community. They need to understand the financial aspects, the security, the transparency, and the strong purpose, why it should be there and why they should be a part of it. Then secondly, we can see the education and the awareness. So blockchain can sound complicated for various people. But if we simplify it through various workshops, videos, and real world examples, more people will feel confident to join this community. They can be a part of this community. Then engagement. People have to be engaged at various levels. Hosting meetups, discussions, online interactions make people quite involved. And of course, trust and transparency is very, very important factor. If people do not trust the system, they won't stay. Everything should be open, clear, and scam free. So if we are coming to the repository of real world blockchain use cases, if we have that repository, people, when they see the benefits of blockchain, they will believe in it. They'll understand why they need it and why they need to be a part of it. And then collaborating and partnering with various banks and businesses and even governments help blockchain gain credibility and adoption. We have some regularity, clarity, but many people are still unclear about legal aspects. If we help them understand the rules, they'll feel more comfortable. And finally, I'd like to say that the best communities aren't built up top down, they grow when members contribute ideas, share feedback, and feel that they are truly a part of something. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very valid points, all of them. And I absolutely agree. One question which comes to my mind is that we have seen so many, hype-driven communities that will just, that will just come as quickly, they will disappear very quickly. So how do we build a blockchain community that lasts, like one that is driven by purpose rather than the kind of speculation?
Yeah, so what I would feel is that if we are constantly interacting with events like these that is happening, with inclusivity, interactions, making them part of it and building more use cases which people can, identify with, and they can understand, how they can use it better. I think that will build a real strong community for us.
True. Anyone else who would like to just add?
Yeah, I would like to add like how to build this community, right? We all talk about community, but who should be in the community and how to build it and how do we bring in the purpose in this community, right? So since we are talking about community, I'm actually actively building a community for my company. Okay, so how it works is like for me, I approach the educational institutions because that's where the blockchain concept is like taught, awareness thoughts, right? So I went and like spoke to many of those colleges in India, and they have like a book knowledge, but they don't know the real world cases, use cases, which is happening, right? So when I gave them the use cases, they got intrigued and interested in to see how they can work towards it. And they're also like interested in starting their own startups. I was totally mind boggled when I came to know the first year student in IT engineering college is having like 2 startups. I was like, wow, this is really good. And he or she, they were like asking about so many questions, right? So that's how we can do the interest. And this is a very good community of students, especially for innovative ideas and future looking ideas. And then the second thing would be looking at, for example, Navia talked about Bitcoin, right? Well, Bitcoin prices have come down. I'm a bit depressed about it because I did lose a lot. But the thing is, like, who drives these prices, right? It is the community which drives the prices. Right? And how well, whether it should go up or not, is based on the adoption across the world. So if you look at it, the community is not limited to one zone, right? Or one region. It is actually the entire world. We are bringing them together for one concept called blockchain. It's amazing, right? When you say the like world is so small, yes, it is really small when you bring them all together, right? And then if you look at it, this community, now actually have the innovators, actually have the people who drive the prices, and actually who are the people who develop those solutions, and actually we have the people who implement those solutions, and we also make the market influence, meaning either financial or healthcare or industry, right? We tell them, hey, this is a very good technology where you have all those things you're looking for, like privacy, immutable records, and trust, right? So we are bringing those people also into this community. When you look at it, it's usually it was always the community, meaning it'll be only for a specific purpose, whereas in this blockchain it is not like that. Here community meaning everybody, including a normal general and a citizen can also be part of it to say, hey, I have this issue, how do I solve it? And you get the answer in the community. Somebody will reply to it, to any of those questions, right? Whether it is technical or whether it is like a day-to-day issues which they are having regarding the privacy, right? So that's my take, which I wanted to do here. And then the second approach to build the community, which I'm looking at, is IT professionals. These people are like really intelligent, but they have too many technologies which they are working on, but they are also interested in to know, like, what is this Web3 is about? How can I contribute? What is it that I can do, right? And then the third one, the biggest influencer for this community will be the crypto traders, right? They are the ones, whether they buy or not, sometimes, they are interested in buying these tokens. They don't know anything about the technology, okay? But some of them, they just wanted to participate, to get those tokens, invest in this stock market and see how I can grow, right? So the variety of people, variety of population, which is like part of this community, that's the best part of approach, and to have this community build like that way to support the blockchain adoption. That's my thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Inclusivity is something which is such a core thing which has come with blockchain, and it includes everybody. Just to add to that, any examples you guys know where the blockchain projects were the community support played a very major role? Yeah, we heard about Bitcoin for sure from Navya. Any other maybe Ethereum? I think we talked about Ethereum as well, Hyperledger. Or any other specific projects you guys have gone through where in your specific projects where the community support played a extremely major role in their success?
I think Kushi should have an opportunity to speak.
Okay. Yeah, so we have seen in the past 2-3 years, many L1s have been coming, and they have come up with many creative ways to build up their ecosystem from the scratch. Like one narrative that I see is of Bera chain, how they went up with the fake chain narrative, and now they had their testnet on, and the community is super active and super engaging. The second part is Solana. I especially love the incentivization system of Solana. They have already opportunities and something up for the community, that okay, you come, you contribute, you learn, and you get some solid proof of work, which is equally equitable for your career as well. So I feel these are the general examples that we already know, but there are many projects coming up with these creative approaches to build a robust community and ecosystem from scratch.
Yeah, Navya.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of points to the previous discussion, that I think for a community, right, one important thing would be understanding the pain points of the current ecosystem, right? That's where we can address with a solution with the best use case. So generally, most of the communities come up with a generic solution, and another flaw or a kind of the concern or whatever kind of disadvantage I see today in today's use cases is that people, there is a lot of lack of awareness on how to apply blockchain or way to apply, where exactly we can utilize this blockchain, because a lot of people complain there is a lot of latency whenever performance issues, scalability issues when we really talk about the real world examples, right? But I believe when we are able to understand the correct pain points of a specific ecosystem, I think all the community people can come together and come up with a greater solution. And also, as rightly Kushi was mentioning about Solana and other frameworks, right? I think it's equally important whenever there are the contributors coming into the ecosystem to ensure them they're active enough such that we can give some incentives. I think most of the couple of frameworks we have here has token economics, where we have incentives. Whenever I contribute something, we get something in hand. So I think that's where we will have all the contributors are also being active enough, and also we'll have active participation as well. So I think these are the 2 points what I wanted to highlight. And the third one is that I think the Hyperledger fabric and Indie, I think SSI model, we had Indie already, where all the contributors came up together. And I think Indie has been utilized in most of the government systems, especially in US. I think one of the systems which I worked personally first were rainforest system. So yeah, I think that's where Indie, even I've been part of Indie community. So it feels great. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. This is so nice to hear. Yeah, Hyperledger community, of course. How can another question which comes up to my mind is, especially because we talked about inclusivity. So how can the community support underrepresented groups, including women or marginalized communities in blockchain adoption? And I think Kushi wanted to speak something regarding that.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Ritu. And what I feel is that this question is like, it puts forward a very, very important perspective. Like, even if talk about today's discussion, like what is the main crux of it, and like let's talk about the Indian communities or the state of Web3 in India. So we know that we have many states, we have the millions of population, and we do comprise of many underrepresentative groups, and like which includes again women and marginalized communities. And one thing I would like to mention is that yesterday I was going through the daily news, and there was some analysis like what is the ratio of women, like what is the percentage of women who are actually employed or engaged in some work in the private company. So it was like around 35 to 36%. That is like about the general tech industry, the private limited industries. But if we'll talk about web3 in general, since this technology is like coming up, it's still new, we can assume that what would be the numbers for women, and like what would be the participation. So what I feel is that since all of us agree on the page that that the bottom to up approach of solving the problem or of building the ecosystem, that the grassroots level communities can literally play a huge role, whether it's about identifying the problems could be the regional challenges, it could be about the literacy, it could be about the availability of resources, or it could be also about the linguistic barriers, because in India we have many languages, we have many dialects, and we want to communicate. Obviously we you need someone who understands the language, who understands the emotions, so that you can convey your thoughts and you can build a trust, because community is literally based on trust, and that is how you are able to strengthen up your ecosystem from the very foundation. So that is what I feel, that these communities can actually identify these challenges in terms of literacy, also in terms of resource availability, any cultural or societal barriers, that the socio-economic stigma that we see, and also the stereotypical stigmas that exist in the society, along with the linguistic barriers. And considering all these challenges, various solutions can be proposed, so that these particular groups can be empowered and opportunities can be provided to them. And best thing would be to provide them a very safe and inclusive space where they have the freedom to express themselves, because if they don't express themselves, if they're not motivated, if they don't feel if they do not feel the belonging, that okay, this is the community that accepts me, how are they even going to feel get out of the reluctance that okay, I should know this, I should understand this, this is something that can help me, right? So what I feel is the very answer for this question is more on the ethics and more on the moral side of the things, that how the communities can contribute to the things. And yeah, initiatives, let's talk about those initiatives now. Again, first thing would be creating the safe space. Next comes the mentorship, because again, education is the most powerful tool that you can use to change, to bring the change around yourself. Apart from it, you can have something for them, like in terms of incentivization, you can have any sort of scholarships, any sort of grants program, and also you can provide them resources not just for learning, but also which can help them overcome the linguistic barriers. Like we were discussing about the open source contributions from the very beginning of this discussion, right? We talked about that many OS contributions are made, and there we know that there's also a concept of linguistic repository, where you can have, you know, multiple language support, even if you're going through those developer documentations or something. So that is, I feel that really helps a lot, even, you know, whenever we talk about these problems. Apart from it, like LFX has, you know, many initiatives, like we have this panel discussion right here, and this is again one of the very stellar examples of how we can discuss our ideas and how we can help the fellow women to thrive and we can motivate them. So this is something that could be done. And to the very last point, we talked about the grassroots level here, and now talking about, you know, at the higher level, you know, at the main organization level, what they could do is they can have some practices. For example, these practices could be to promote more, you know, participation of women. It could be some change of policies, or it could be, you know, some changes in the DAO governance systems, so that these could be implemented. So this is what I feel, that it could be a general introspection, and, you know, identifying the challenges and then taking some proper steps over it, along with the regular feedbacking. This would be able to support women
Yeah.
and other marginalized sections.
Right. And Shalini also, I think, wanted to speak something regarding the same for non-technical people. What specific initiatives can help them, can help blockchain be more accessible to, you know, the non-technical. Shalini, you want to take that one?
Sure. So, like coming from the non-technical background, I am from a non-technical background. However, I have taken to learning and understanding what blockchain is and what other emerging technologies are uh, currently trending. So, since my company is also working with these products and all, so I have to generally understand how and how does that happen. Although it might seem the blockchain might sound complex to many people, but the truth is it doesn't have to be. And if we want more people to understand and use it, we need to focus on a few key things, like, you know, simplified education. We need easy to understand blogs, interactive videos, and short courses that explain blockchain in simple terms without too many jargons and all. And then we can also have workshops and demos so that people can, you know, be brought into the blockchain community. That will be easy for them to understand what blockchain is all about. And then also, like in 2018 and 19, when developing was very complex, and then the things also eased down with no code and low code platforms, helping individuals create blockchain based solutions without writing codes. So this also has helped a lot of people to be, you know, onboard this technology as well. Plus, if we see the real world use cases, blockchain has solved a lot of use cases. It has solved a lot of problems. So if people see how it helps with secure payments, supply chains, even identity verification, they'll likely adopt it. Even non-technical people would be brought into the fold. And then if we have strong community support, whether it's Telegram, Discord, or local meetups, people should have a space to ask questions and connect with experts. That will also bring them together, connect, and understand what blockchain is all about. So coming from this non-technical background, these are the things like I have also engaged in. And that is how I have also understood blockchain, what it is all about, and I have learned how to engage more into it. Now we also need enterprise and government partnerships. When big brands and governments start using blockchain in daily life, it will automatically build trust and make adoption easier. Another key factor is media and influencers. So blockchain should be talked about in every language through social media, like Navya said, right? We need a lot of, I'm so sorry, not Navya. I think it was uh, yeah, hold on. I think it was Ankita, no, Khushi was talking about this language. We have to talk it in various languages where people can understand what blockchain is, right? So that is one of the things, factors that will affect. And also, if we look at media and influencers, coming back to that. So I had started a podcast series with various entrepreneurs and all and technology leaders, where they talked about their journeys and experiences in the blockchain community and other technological fields. It was quite easy for the people to understand how it, inspired them, what was their journey, and that is how people could relate and bond with the blockchain technology. Also, coming to regulations and security, many people are hesitant because they are worried about scams and unclear rules. So, providing clear guidelines and consumer protection measures can build confidence in this technology. So, that is how non technical people can also be onboarded, and we can also connect better with this technology and adopt it as well for use cases.
All right. And one related question would be, how do we, and this is open for everyone, that how can we encourage more women to participate in blockchain communities and the leadership roles? Because this is one of the most critical, I would say. It's coming right from the inclusion point, which we spoke of, and then we will just shift the gears. Khushi or Navya?
Yeah, I think, okay, let me
You
go
want to
first.
go first? Yeah.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning, right, when I started the call itself, when I was introducing myself, I really felt good by seeing these many women here today on the call, right? Like we have like 4 panels, 4 into 5, 20 leaders in women, especially into blockchain, which is like Web3, right? Because that feels a little proud, we are like, yes, that's really encourages me, because Web3, most of the people, the other thing, as we were discussing, educating, right, bringing awareness, campaigns, all the other via social media, right? How what Shalini was mentioning, where through being a Telegram, we have like pool of sources these days, right? Like a lot of sources of medium where we can communicate with each other and basically educate each other or brainstorm each other. Being in Discord, all the communities can gather together. But I think there were initiatives. One is definitely Women in Blockchain is one of the initiatives, and She 256 is another initiative where all the women, it's like a kind of open source where all the women can collaborate each other and come up with their ideas and contribute to the system. So I think now it's just a little, we are into baby steps. We just started our journey towards women in blockchain. I think it evolves, as we all know, like taking an example of cricket, right? Initially, women cricket was there, I think, when I was like really child, but it came into evolution. I think from past 6-7 years, even now, I think there is still all that, still it's there, all the kind of differences, but still I think women in cricket came into evolution, I think 5 years ago. So even now, I think women in blockchain, especially the leadership, I think it takes time, but I think we are already started, and I think we are at least, I think, 20% now that to prove ourselves. Yeah. And one more other thing, I feel bad wherever I go. I'm the only woman with whom I have to talk to the clients, especially in blockchain Web3. But also, to the contrary to that, I feel proud that I'm the only woman who is basically getting interacted with the clients, especially in Web3. But I always, wish that 60% should be women going further, Web3 and Web4. Yeah, I think this is a baby step for women in blockchain. Kudos to all of us. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Khushi.
Yeah, so like as Navya, she excellently explained that how communities and like how the challenges at the community and industry level can be solved. And yeah, you have given very amazing and like very relatable examples. One aspect that I would like to add is like after solving and tackling these 2 challenges, what we can focus on is we can work on work on more financial inclusion and funding opportunities for women. It would be more like breaking the stereotypes and breaking the bias. Like what we see that we want more women entrepreneurs in tech. Like in the previous panel, we have seen amazing and very very strong women founders and CEOs handling the leadership positions, and we want more of those, right? We would love to see women thriving in tech in these domain as well. So what we can do is like we can do something at like having some dedicated grants or investment funds for the women-led blockchain projects. And what can be done is that investor education can be it could be inculcated to break the bias and increase the funding for female entrepreneurs. And this is what I feel is that this would actually add more to women participation, more like on the, leading at the administrative and at the higher authority level. So something like this could also be done to take it further.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I agree. So one last we are on the last leg of this discussion. So I would rather like to combine a few things together. I wanted to ask, what are some of the emerging trends in the blockchain community engagement, and how can the communities be prepared for the next wave of blockchain innovations and the mainstream adoption? And this question is open for all. Anybody wants to answer this, and then we will close it. This would be probably the last one. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add something here. Why Navya and Kushi mentioned about like being singled out, especially when they go and meet those clients, right? I know how it feels because I also feel the same way, but then if you look at it, women are the glue to the community. It comes natural to us. Now, the more we get the knowledge and awareness about this technology, we will be the excellent community builders, right? That's what I feel about. Other than that, the emerging trends which I think of is like we have currently Ethereum, Hyperledger, and all these blockchains, right? But how are they scaling up? What is it that they have to scale up, right? Currently, they are looking at only the transactional part of it and making sure they are trustworthy and, there are not, cut down the time and then intermediaries. That's what is our main concept, right? But we have to see what are the other things we can do. Mainly, we talk about every blockchain transaction is about an asset. So what do we do about an asset, right? What kind of asset? Based on the asset, the blockchain needs to evolve. That's why I mentioned earlier that it's a contextual blockchain. For example, like when I go buy a coffee in Starbucks and when I buy a land, these two are assets. But we don't want to treat the transaction how we treat the coffee and the land buying, right? It's totally different. But for technology, it's a transaction. But for me, the value is different. So the validator nodes, the people who validate it should be aware of it. For example, I go and write in India, I think we have this bond contract which we write in government, right? And then when we do that, we had two witnesses who come and sign from my side and from other side saying the land seller and land buyer, right? So I always say blockchain is like that. The validator nodes are like that. For non-technical people, the witness does not know what exactly in the contract, but then they come and sign it. It's just like that, the validator, the miners, right? So I think Shalini mentioned about non-technical people, right? This is the biggest role they can play, and just they need to understand only at the high level and make sure they can be part of it. And this is one of the emerging trend where we can include a lot of people into the system to come and ensure they're aware of like how to work through this. And this will also help them to look into their own assets, how they can safeguard it or like privatize it and put the value tag towards it. That's my thinking on this. I will pass it to someone else, because I don't want to take too much time. This is like a lot of topic, right? A lot of things we can talk about, but let me give everybody an opportunity.
Yeah. So I think as I've already mentioned, one key point would be to apply blockchain anywhere, right? First, we have to understand the pain point of a specific business use case and how well we architect it. I think all the performance scalable issues can be definitely resolved with all the tech stack we have already in hand. That is one thing. And second thing, I think in near future, I think currently most of the Middle Eastern countries in being it land registration or the financial domains. Most of them are keen on NFTs now. So I think in near future, at least for 5 to the next 10 years, I think NFTs will play a vital role. Cryptocurrencies will play a vital role. Along with that, blockchain with AI, I think really will solve a lot of business problems. But understanding the architectural level and architecting a good solution would actually play a vital role, because these days wherever we go, just AI, blockchain, okay, this is a new technology, let me fit this in my use case, even there is no use, right? So that's the other thing where we are basically going wrong. So I think we need to understand what is the exact benefit we are getting out of these technologies, right? Because being it blockchain or AI or name it any other, they are just tech stacks, right, or technologies. But apparently we should be able to solve a particular business problem in most efficient way. And how can we use these tech stacks in solving that problem? That is the key point. But it's always going in a reverse direction these days. But yeah, I just wanted to address that. That coming to these emerging trends, especially to blockchain, would be definitely NFTs and SSI. Especially, I think I really wish India should adopt it. I think Vijay Yatra is one of its who is trying to basically adapt SSI. So I really wish I'll have my Digi Yatra with SSI in near future. So SSI is one key aspect where we can actually overcome all the Aadhaar card scams, which is going in India right now. And definitely third would be blockchain with AI, which is Web4. Yeah, thank you.
All right, this was so insightful. I'm sure everybody who's currently listening to us or is going to listen to the recording at YouTube later is definitely going to have a lot of insights from this discussion. So I really, from bottom of my heart, say thank you to each one of you, and happy Women's Day once again. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ritu.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Ritu.
Thank you all. Thank you, everyone.
Great session. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So, the last panel discussion would be led by Dr. Anasuya. This is panel 4. It talks about the role of academia in blockchain adoption and innovation. And I'm very happy to, ask Dr. Anasuya to come. She is the founder and director of Billy World Innovation Private Limited. That's a building. It's a budding startup, and she is the hardcore academician turned into an entrepreneur. She has published more than 18 papers in international and national journals and conferences. She has also published various books. She is the recipient of Young Researchers Award 2023, speaker on international forums, and is also an active member of LFDT. She is currently serving as the lead LFDT India chapter student society and chair LFDT healthcare special interest group. She's also a mentor at the mentorship program project at Bini BFT implementation in LFDT that's proposed by Bini World Innovations. So I welcome you, Anasuya, and you can take it forward.
Thank you, Ritu, for the wonderful introduction. So I'm bringing all my panelists to the screen. So I got Dr. Neha Chaudhary, Garima. Give me a sec.
Okay, let me help you add.
Yeah, I believe. Oh my left.
I think all has joined. I can see Rashmi, I can see Shraddha ma'am, I can see all Neha madam, Garima madam. You can just try to bring them.
Yeah, is Rashmi is here? No, I will do that. Thank you. I'm done. Yes. So welcome, beautiful ladies. Dr. Garima, if you could turn off your video, it will be wonderful to see you all. Yes. Okay. So like today I have Dr. Rashmi with us. Like she's a principal project scientist at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, IITM, Chennai, India. And she's one behind the like Hedra, like actively working on that. I don't know whether I can tell it out. Yes, but I told it out anyway. And we have Dr. Sonali Patil. So she is the professor and head of computer engineering department at Pimpri Chinchan College of Engineering, Pune, India. And we have Dr. Garima Sukla. She is the associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Amity University, Mumbai, India. And we have Dr. Sharda. Um, she is a professor and head of computer engineering and center of excellence in blockchain at Maharashtra Institute of Technologies, Art Design Technology University, that is MIT ADT, Pune. And we have Dr. Neha Chaudhary. She is the head of Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Manipal University, Jaipur, India. I welcome you all once again and wish you all very happy Women's Day. And you can give a short introduction of yourself at first before we actually start this panel, role of academia and blockchain adoption and innovation, the role of academia in that. See, and I am proud to host this panel. Basically, I am an academician turned into an entrepreneur and 18 plus years of academia with like I am related with the number 1, number 2 private universities of India, like as a researcher as well as a professor over there. So I'm happy to be that. And like, and in entrepreneurial journey, it is the 3+ years, and we know what we can do as academicians. We make the nation, right? Yes. So please introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, so good afternoon all. Hello Anusuya, everyone, and happy Women's Day to you all. So I'm Sonali and working as Anusuya mentioned, heading the computer engineering department at Pimpri Chinchwad College of Engineering, Pune. And I have been in this academia field since last 22 years and chairing the Pune IEEE blockchain group as well as coordinator for R10 level IEEE blockchain groups. This is about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonali. Actually, like we know each other personally, but let the broad audience know about us, right? Yes, please go ahead. I'm not telling the order, anyone go ahead.
Yeah.
May I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, very good afternoon to one and all. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to be as a panelist for the session of today's role of academia in a blockchain adoption and innovation. At particular
I can't hear.
Women's Day celebration, maybe it is a truly very honored day to all.
Anushri ma'am, I think some internet issues there.
Am I audible now?
Dr. Garima, you are breaking.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
But you're breaking badly earlier.
Okay, ma'am, I'll just switch my network.
Yes, please.
Now I am audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, audible now.
Okay, as a very brief introduction. Okay, thank you, ma'am. As a very brief introduction, I would like to tell you that I, Dr. Garima Shukla, am associate professor at Amity University, Mumbai, and with a keen research focus on a healthcare application of IoT, AI, blockchain, machine learning, and the deep learning. As an academician, researcher, and a mentor, I'm a little bit of passionate about the bridging the gap between the edge-cutting blockchain innovations and real-world applications. So thank you, ma'am, to give an opportunity to be as a panelist for this wonderful session.
Thank you,
Can I
Dr.
go?
Garima. I think.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr.
I'm
Neha
completed,
Chaudhary,
ma'am.
Yeah,
Professor and Head. Yeah. So I'm Professor and Head Computer
Yes, ma'am,
Science,
I'm completed.
Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Manipal University, Jaipur. So my research domain is AI, machine learning. We have started some work related to blockchain as well. So my sincere congratulations to LF India chapter for organizing this event and bringing together all the wonderful women in the single platform. Happy Women's Day to everyone. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neha.
Yeah, so I'll take the next. First of all, and have very happy International Women's Day, and I have been enjoying the sessions right from the morning, as an attendee, and it was very wonderful listening to all insightful panelists. So I am Shraddha Phansalkar. I come from MIT EDT University, Pune. There I lead the computer science engineering department as a head of the department there. And we have also carved out a center of excellence in blockchain in the year 2020. So what this center does basically, we try to build a community of students, industry partners, the research foundations, network foundations, and try to address few of the problems that the industry faces in blockchain. So since 2020, we are leading few of the initiatives with blockchain trainings, blockchain sensitization, and certifications, and now have also been involved in some of the consultancy projects. So very happy to be part of this delightful sessions.
Thank you, Dr. Shraddha.
Let me introduce myself. First of all, happy Women's Day to all the women here. I'm Rashmi, working at SciStar in the Computer Science and Engineering Department in IT Madras. I basically work as a principal project scientist, and my research mostly focuses on blockchains and distributed ledger technology. One point I would add here, as Ma'am Anusia said, IIT Madras is one of the council members of the HEDERA DLT. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful introductions. Let's directly jump into our panel. Even if I ask the question to someone, if anyone of you want to add to that, please feel free to do that. Okay, so let's go with the first question. We'll start with Dr. Sonali. How can academic institutions contribute to the mainstream adoption of blockchain technology? So today, if we see, there are a lot of possibilities are there, but adoption to the technology, it's still a question mark. So how we can support?
Yeah. As everyone will agree that academics play a very vital role in like for any technology. So the things are changing, but very slowly. And I'm sure, like as Dr. Shraddha was also mentioning about the Center of Excellence at their institute. So one thing is having the introduction about this domain in the curriculum. So that will certainly strengthen this community. And once it is adopted, now it is there, but at very few places as a complete degree with blockchain, and it is aligned with other IoT or like that. And then we have honored courses, like 20 additional credit courses. But if we see the inclination of the student community, so they are mostly goes with the buzzwords like AI, ML and all. So when there is a blockchain and security or something, so less number of registrations are there. Some verticals are also created, but it is slowly changing. But that way, adding the curricula, in the curriculum, the courses related to the blockchain, specialized courses, verticals will certainly help. This is one part. Another is like providing the internship to the students, because as some panelists was mentioning that in academia, theoretically students are knowing, the community, academic community is knowing much about the blockchain, but actual real use cases implementation. So offering the internships in the academic curriculums specialized to this domain. So that way the things can be certainly help. Also, like when there are the hackathons kind of things, so specialized hackathons the academic institutions can come up with, where this domain can be strengthened. But main thing is like having this contents, proper contents, and challenge, like we will be discussing other points also. But I think the major adoption will come with the changes in the curriculum, and the things are started, but again there is a good adoption can be done with respect to the curriculum design.
Yeah, Dr. Shraddha, you want to add?
Yeah, I'll be very happy to add few more points. I totally agree with Sonali ma'am when she says that having a curriculum which is in line to the dynamics of this field is really very, very important. And in that regard, introducing blockchain technology as fewer courses is definitely one step to move forward. But when we are also able to offer a completely curated BTech program in blockchain, and that's where MIT ADT took its first step in 2021, and we have a completely specialized BTech computer science engineering program which is specialized in blockchain. I think that's definitely a move. But while carving these kinds of programs for going for an adoption, the proportion of projects, the proportion of industry-based problems, opportunities for students to work on that is really very important. So I think I would like to add this point to what Sonali ma'am says, that having some curriculum, having some internships, that should also open up more opportunities to work with the real world problems. And that's where, we have to all come together as an arm together. So projects is something I would definitely like to add at this point.
That's really good. And Dr. Neha, when you are, I believe you want to add to this. So can you touch up a little bit of the challenges being faced also when you are adding to this point?
So I'll just add one point that when we conduct some events towards the focus on blockchain, the student takes more interest. So last year we conducted that blockchain yatra. So that was
DG
IDS.
Yatra,
Yeah.
yes.
So afterwards we saw a
Bharat
huge
Blockchain
interest.
Yatra, correct?
Yeah, Bharat Blockchain Yatra,
Yes.
true. So as we saw later on, the interest towards students that was increased afterwards. And when we conduct, we saw that that in these hackathon and all, there are specific problem and they are interested in solving those problems. So that gives them basically real life applications as well and use cases where they can work on. So challenges what academia is facing right now is related to infrastructure. So, and we work in a controlled environment. Academia is always used to of having a place where they can control what students are doing. And this is decentralized. And decentralized means if we are giving access to students where they can work, and we want to control, we want to set up such environment in university, we require multiple number of nodes. Such nodes should be set up in the campus. That require a huge fund to be like placed in that. So it is one. Another challenges which I can see is skill set. So there is a lack of skill set which is available and interest as well, because these are new technologies. Faculties are already having their own skill set, and that means they have to drive themselves in another domain and build up that skill set. This is another challenge we have. I think that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. Anybody want to add to that?
Yeah, I want to add to that. Yeah, as Sonali ma'am and Shraddha ma'am and Neha ma'am spoke on that. Just a small thing. IIT Madras is conducting workshops on blockchain and distributed ledger technologies with a special focus on Hedera DLT to help students gain insight. I mean, not only expert mentorship, a hands-on session in form of workshops to make the students well aware of the blockchain space.
Okay, so and what do you think? How we can bridge the gap between the theoretical blockchain and the real world applications?
Currently, what we are doing is, we conduct from 2-day workshops to 5-day workshops. We are not only getting the industry experts coming and giving us talks to explain the blockchain concepts, the use cases. We are also providing a hands-on session where students actually learn about the smart contracts, the entire DLT altogether, as well as a total hands-on session on how to build a smart contract and how to actually get the entire bits and pieces of the decentralized application together.
Okay.
Yeah, even I will be happy to add to this. So, what we do as a practice is definitely adding to the question that we spoke of the challenges. Skill set and the dynamic skill set is usually a challenge, because the moment we excel into a certain skill set, the industry comes up with a new variant, and we have to be very much on our toes. So, I think. What we adopt here is definitely compared to the current trends in computer science engineering, be it AI, ML, or IoT, or security per se. Blockchain is, in academia, blockchain is growing slow but steadily. And there is also an increased interest in the student fraternity, because most of the no-code, low-code kind of, practices are also followed in blockchain. What we feel is in blockchain adoption, the intervention of the domain experts is really, really very crucial. So we promote the participation of our industry experts. To name a few, we do have industry experts coming up and taking up the same course that our academic teacher takes, and that adds that application flavor to the entire way the students learn. Also, right away from the second year, when it just begins with introduction to smart contract programming like Solidity, till that to developing a complete D app, maybe in their third year of engineering or so, with test networks like Polygon. Till that journey, I think we expose them to more problems that industry face. So they have a problem, they have a domain expert, they have a technology expert with them, and that helps them sell through for the 2 years of project. And then in the final year, I think they are more open to the problems that the industries throw on them, and they're good to take the challenges. So that's how we are practicing few things.
That's actually a great effort. You are actually not just creating graduates, the developers, what we need.
Yeah.
Right, industry ready, right? That's great. That's
Absolutely.
great. So I was about to ask that question to you next. So how you are going to effectively introduce into your curriculum? You are already doing that and you have answered that. Anybody want to add to that? How your universities are actually doing in incorporating it into the curriculum?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, so we have started with the honor course, like additional course with 20 additional credits. So the students who are inclined towards this domain, they can opt for it and they can complete with the additional certificate. But I just want to add one point here. As it is related to the previous point, like how we can bridge the gap. So here more involvement of the industry will certainly help, because in the challenges we discuss about the expertise resource. So as a faculty, as expertise resource, so IIT Madras is taking efforts, or like Neha also mentioned. But I believe that one step, because industries are looking for the skilled manpower for their work, so that will come from through this academic institutions only. So there, if they are coming forward, then such courses which academies have started will certainly will come up with the good outcomes. And that's why in our university also we have honor courses as well as a separate vertical, and also diploma courses, PG diploma kind of things for the blockchain.
That's great. Yes, Dr. Neha, please go ahead.
So yes, as Sonali ma'am has also mentioned that they have well-defined minor courses. So we do have some honors courses and specialization. The student can choose courses related to blockchain. So I just want to add one more thing here, that we should not look blockchain as a domain of computer science only. So we should see that curriculum in the perspective of law, economics, that is very, very important, and finance or business.
Yes,
So
yes.
when a curriculum is well designed, considering these three aspects as well with the computer science, then it would be a well-rounded curriculum, because policy is the main factor for blockchain. So this is my addition.
You have nailed it. You have nailed it. See, blockchain, like it is because when we have to develop an application, everybody is needed, from lawyer to like electrical engineer to mechanical engineer to aerospace engineer to everybody is needed, even the mathematician, right? Not even they are the base. So when we are developing algorithm, they are the base. Okay. So like it is a interdisciplinary system that we have to develop, and like there should be some provision. See, like when we have it as a like honor course, or like as a regular course, from where we take, it shouldn't restrict only the max students, like they should be able to get into this course. So even if they have not taken max, like they can. We have that multiple applications are there, right? So that's very well point, like mentioned. That's very good. And Dr.
That is
Garima, please go ahead.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I want to add one thing, and is this, as I am in a MIT University, Mumbai. So here we have designed the curriculum according to this, that we are also providing a minor track. So as we are discussing, the Sonali ma'am said that this is the blockchain is not especially for the computer science students. This is for all branches the student. So here in every university we have the multiple schools. So in our school, what we are going ki every school, law students, fashion students, and non-technical BSc students, even electrical department, every of these students can choose their minor track in a blockchain, in cyber security, multiple 17 subjects we are offering to these students. Apart from their major degree, that means a BTech in a computer science and BTech in any other branch, they can get a minor degree from the either in a blockchain, either in a cyber security, either in a data science. So this is also we can do a different university, so that student can get the knowledge with a parallel different domain.
That's great. Like,
absolutely. I just have one point here. So I totally agree with what Neha just nailed, and Garima also added to that. In fact, the opportunities for the students to work in projects which are interdisciplinary in nature. So just to give an example, we have an institute of Design. The MI Institute of Design stands second nationally. So the students developed designs, and they faced a problem, putting this on a NFT marketplace. So they collaborated with a project of computer science engineering students, and they came together to actually put up an NFT marketplace for their designs, the fashion designs, or maybe the different kinds of designs that they work in. So I think opportunities, what Dr. Garima just said, the opportunities of interdisciplinary students coming together and working on a project is absolutely essential flavor in blockchain. So I totally second their say on that.
See, that university is like before the industry, what the industry wants, universities know that, and they actually like do it prayerly. Like always, we will be one step ahead, right? To work with the industry. That's really great. And like, so you people have clearly told how the interdisciplinary studies that help for the blockchain education. Yes. So now, like, let me ask you, um, I I believe Dr. Sonali, Dr. Neha, you pointed this earlier, like the role of hackathons, workshops. Yeah, I believe everybody pointed out this. Dr. Rashmi, Dr. Shraddha, even Dr. Garima pointed that. The role of hackathons, workshops, the student-led initiatives. See, like, how are they accelerating the blockchain learning? Before I allow you to answer, I wanted to tell this. In LF Decentralized Trust India chapter, we have the LFDT, LF Decentralized Trust India Student Society. So what we do is we take this ahead for along with your institution. We will be like connect with you, and you can create the student chapter in your organizations, universities, colleges, like you can have it. So probably we can talk about that offline, but I'm telling it to the open forum. So it is like open for everybody, like anyone. From as of now, we are focusing the Indian colleges, universities, like per college one. It is a interdisciplinary. There is no restriction of the year, semester, or like which course they are in. So they can have minimal requirement is 2 faculty ambassadors from your institution and minimum 10 students that is needed. And you can connect with our email ID lftt.india@gmail.com. So we can create one and like the industry connect. It will become very easy for you. And we will also be getting industry ready students to work with us. So it's a win-win for everybody. What we can do for the like student community. Yes, please go ahead.
That's
Yes, we
wonderful.
can do,
Actually,
ma'am. This
we'll
one thing
definitely.
is very wonderful. It is very wonderful opportunity to us too, as an academic institute, that we know we need actually the industry collaboration for the betterment of these students. So it is wonderful opportunity to our institute level too. So what I want to add in it, we can do after the the collaboration with your company. What we can do, we can conduct the hackathons, workshops, and students led initiatives, because through this students can be benefited and they can be do the work through the hackathon and all these things to the real world problem. They can do show their talent in a real world problem. That will be a big opportunity to the students, and in that they will allow the participant basically decentralized applications they can use for this. And surely your industry expertise will be benefited to the students too. So it is very good. And in a workshop we can club these workshop through the cryptographic principles too, actually. I think because is nowadays DLT is merging with the crypto system, so we can work on it, we can think over it.
Yeah, that is a good idea. Actually, for student chapter, we can have a discussion further after the panel discussion. Then Anusha ma'am, like she's leading for that part also. So we can now have a combined discussion and we can include student community in different institutes. And there we can start. We have, because under LFDT, a lot of companies are there. Their partner companies networks are there. So LFDT provide open framework. There we can set up the nodes, and on the nodes we can make different use cases. So that will be in the LFDT community. So that chapter we like student chapters we can set up with the help of faculty. So how to set up the nodes and other part, then we can help you with that. And once the node is set up on the node infrastructure, then other use cases the students can build around that. The initiative will be start with the starting of like student chapter setup, so that we can discuss further later.
Yeah, thank you for
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
heads up. Yeah, and I am the one who is leading the student society in LFDT India chapter. So like you can connect with me offline anytime. And Dr. Neha, I believe you wanted to add something like how it is affecting the students, what they are getting, like when we are conducting this hackathons, workshops, what is their response? What does it
Actually,
change that is happening to them?
nowadays, these days, students and even the interview company, the companies who are hiring students, the entire makeshift has happened. The hackathon plays a very important role on all these activities. These companies, many companies are hiring on the basis of hackathons. So the students are giving more attention to such things. when they are learning. So one type of learning happens in the classroom, and there is a more and more learning which happens with a group, and when they are sitting and solving a problem in hackathon. So even if they are going without any basic concept and participating in a hackathon, so that's an entire shift in their learning, because 2 days they are spending entirely on one concept, trying to solve, peer learning is happening, and ultimately there is an end product which is coming out of it. So it is basically doing a makeshift in the working or thought process or learning in the student. So they play a very, very vital role. So adding to that, Anusia, which you mentioned, that we are conducting one event in, planning one event in April. So we'll love to collaborate in that. So
That's great.
look forward for offline discussion for that.
As the LFDT community, we are happy to collaborate and work with you all. All of our team is here. Yes. Yes, please go ahead, Rashmi, Dr. Shraddha, anybody like
Yeah,
carry on.
so
Yeah, I
just
want to
to
add one thing in it. Actually, my university, in fact, me also, I'm going to conduct one international conference in a June, and my one track is role of blockchain by using a computational technique. मतलब role of the blockchain in computational technique. So I'm very much happy to share you all, and I invite you for your research work and everything, whatever you want to be contribute in the international conference. I will share the brochure you to in personal level.
Okay,
Yes,
just
sure.
to just to add to all this, I mean, ITM is already conducting workshops in any places. Dr. Anusaya ma'am, we can collaborate with you and see how to work out on a workshop to help you on your team. And coming to the workshop, yes, this, as everyone has already said, that students can learn the blockchain concepts, smart contracts, and the DApps. These hands-on sessions basically will give the beginners an understanding how to create a DApp, and not only that, it will also help them more in networking. And then you had another 2 points, I think. One was hackathons and one was student-led initiatives. Talking about the student-led initiatives, we have something as blockchain clubs in IITM. They can be also study groups and some research projects that help the students in discussions, collaborations, and some kind of community exploration, where the students can be updated about the emerging blockchain trends, and which can then lead to a deeper understanding of the real world applications. Yeah.
Yeah. Even I think that's really great what Garima, Neha, Rashmi just spoke of. I think we have also seen that the peer learning is really impactful in this kind of technology. In fact, we have a very good success story of our first year BTech blockchain student that has passed out, and not only was he mentoring the next batches of students, as I said, especially with respect to the early level smart contract programming with Solidity, or even exposing them to few of the early level projects in Hyperledger Fabric. But now the students have reached to the level where our student has started hiring interns from his junior batches. So I think student participation, student clubs, peer learning, they really hold a very, very important value when it comes to blockchain education. So I totally second with all of them.
Yeah, that's really great. And like Dr. Shraddha was telling about that fashion design students and computer science students together coming up with a project. Can whether you people have some like groundbreaking examples of applications or the research work that come from the academia?
We speak about MIT ADT. I think with the Center of Excellence in Blockchain, we were really fortunate to work with one of the leading pharmaceutical company and come up with their early proof of chain, which was perhaps trying to track medicine consignment from their client in Ghana. So looking at it, it was just a QR based application, QR code based application it looked like. But then the students were actually involved in tracking the application, making the client app for their client in end user in Ghana, and just scanning the QR code, we were able to, in a way assure the end user that the consignment was authenticated from coming from an authenticated source. So that was one of them. Also, we were happy to be part of the early proof of concept development with the Department of Revenue and Stamp Department of Pune, where just before applying blockchain, now that it's a news that the DRS is actually putting their land registry thing on blockchain. I think NIC has already started the product development on that. So we were very part, being the early level, proof of authority. That was a proof of concept that we presented them, and we, tried to emphasize on the importance of how blockchain adoption could actually create value in their, especially documents, the sadbaras, what they used to call. So these were some of the parts, that some of the projects that we could work. Along with that, we were happily collaborating with one of the D-Health Network Foundation. That's a network foundation established in Switzerland. So this network foundation basically works with the healthcare data management services, and they have set up their D-Health server node in MIT just to enable our students being able to put their healthcare related blockchain projects and test them on the test network. So these were some of course, most of the projects that academia gets to work are of POC levels. But they give a very good exposure to the students working with the real world problems, and they are able to take up the products at their later stages of career.
That's actually wonderful to know. Like, a lot of work is being done by the universities in general, right? Academia. Like, anybody want to add to that?
Yeah. So there was one use case where our students was working in academic credential identification or authentication actually. So that was deployed and used in our university at certain level for validation of their degrees. So that was one product, and we are right now, recently we have started working on one agriculture related project where we are verifying the source of every like crop and basically produce. So recently we have started that, not completed, but that we are expecting that would be a good project. So the way Walmart had adopted that, they are able to isolate the source of any contamination and able to identify the disease that and less basically they are trying to minimize the produce get lost due to any outbreak of the disease. So that localization of identification of source of contamination is the objective for that project.
That's like much needed one, right? Yes, it can be a base of some revolution that is going to happen. Yes, so that's
It's very
really
much
good.
required in Indian context, at least.
Yes,
It is not.
yes. So like you people have touched like not just examples, how you are like collaborating with the industries, and you have given a lot of examples. That's beautiful. Like, and what are the barriers actually there from an academic setting working on this blockchain industry, like blockchain technology? What are the barriers that you feel? Dr. Rashmi, do you want to add answer to this?
Can you just repeat the question? Barriers to what?
The biggest barriers for blockchain adoption in academic setting.
Okay, as Sonali ma'am and Shraddha ma'am have mentioned, there are blockchain courses as well as degrees that are already available in universities, but not all universities have this. And I have seen that most of the places, their blockchain is there only as an elective, but some places, I mean, that adoption is a bit slow. So I think we should conduct more events. Of course, this event, Women's in Blockchain 2025, is only a great initiative here. We should have more events like this to educate the students, in fact, the country itself in blockchain, so that we can have some more courses or even small certificate courses also would help. And not only that, I would add another point is not only students, professors, lecturers, and researchers also can undergo training and certifications to stay updated with the blockchain advancements. That will help even more.
Yes, that's a valid point. Actually, like if you train the faculty, if you train the professors, they will in turn train another 100,000s. So like, let's improve ourselves. That's all, right? You want to add, Dr. Shraddha?
Yeah, I think I agree to the points. Definitely, I think we talked about the skill sets, the industry collaborations. They come as more than hindrances. I think they are more of opportunities for this field of computer science engineering or the interdisciplinary engineering group. But apart from that, I think when we began in 2020, our first battle was demystifying the concept of blockchain, because the then blockchain in academia as well as with few of the industries, it was just perceived as cryptocurrencies.
Yes, yes, it is
So
still there. We have to put a
blockchain is
disclaimer.
Bitcoin,
I'm
and
talking
Bitcoin
about
is,
technology.
yeah,
It is not crypto.
yeah. So it actually took us some of a really good number of years, number of sessions to demystify that, oh, it's not just Bitcoin, it's far more beyond Bitcoin. There's so many use cases that you can actually work around. So that was our first battle, and that I think each one of us here in the panel would agree that the first thing that any professor or any researcher needs to talk to the students is, please look at a blockchain from a very broader perspective, and don't just look at it as a crypto, only a platform that serves the cryptos. And I think now the advances in blockchain, when we talk about tokenization, we had so interesting session talking about tokenizations, the community development, the DAOs. I think now the demystification is becoming much more easier for the academia counterpart. But this was something, a really big challenge that we faced at the earlier stages.
Not only that, even our Indian government is working on for academia, right? We have the credential verifications that the CBSE board certificates. It's provided using the CertiChain, and like many other things are happening. So like you can say like there is a lot of changes happening. Knowingly, unknowingly, it is being integrated into the system. So that's fine. Like, and yeah, Dr. Rashmi, you want to add, and Dr. Garima?
Yeah, so basically, as Neha ma'am had explained, the interdisciplinary approach. I mean, I agree, blockchain is not only limited to fields of computer science, it's also, I feel, the finance, law. Not only that, supply chain and healthcare. So the universities and institutes should introduce blockchain topics and different academic disciplines. So what I would say is, I mean, yes, they should include, but they should also collaborate. That will increase the awareness on the blockchain and the different kinds of advancements in all these departments.
Okay. So, Dr. Garima?
Yes, I want to add one thing, ma'am, in this. What I'm feeling, actually, I'm dealing the student directly, because we are just training the student how to make a project and everything in it. The biggest one barrier to the blockchain adoption in a academic institute is a basically lack of awareness and expertise. And many educators and administrators, what I have feel that we have limited understanding of the blockchain technology, and it's basically its application, and it's basically educators, we should be involved in hackathons and a workshop and this type of event, so that if we are educated and then and only we can train our students. And other key challenge, what I feel, that high implementation cost actually. If my student want to make any project, that high implementation cost of the project and the scalability issues, regulatory uncertainty, these are the more main barriers on points of the basically why the technical institutes are not taking too much consideration of the blockchains, because they need to provide a technical expert and infrastructure. So I think as today we are conducting this session, so institute should take a part of it, and we should aware the multiple faculties members, so that they, once the faculties will be aware of all this knowledge, they will be expertise, and only they can guide the students. So this is my one of the point, lack of the awareness and the expertise of the mentors. It is one of the major barrier of the blockchain, which is not including in a full-flashly in a academic institute.
Yes, valid point and very well accepted. And due to time constraints, I'm going to cut short all the remaining questions and put it into one. So, what do you see the forecast of blockchain as an academician? Plus, where are the girls standing? Like, what is the women? How they are involving into this? And with this, like when you're talking, please give your closing remarks also. Yes. Go ahead. It's open for everybody.
Yeah, first thing, actually, next point to what Garima ma'am added is talking about we can have some kind of scholarship opportunities for women. So, something like scholarship will help women come back, even if they've taken a break in career due to some reasons. It will help them come back to work after a long career break. So, it will help encourage women to explore the blockchain field as a career option. That is one thing. And the second thing is, if say a woman has a break in career, having a mentor will help the woman get some professional advice. So this mentorship and scholarships do play an important role in the blockchain education. So I would, yeah, so what I would say is, events like this.
Rashmi, we lost you, I believe.
Yes, I think she has network issue. Rashmi, we can't see you and we can't hear you.
Yeah, like Dr. Sonali, you want to go ahead? When she is back, we can give her the chance.
Yes, so like as we can see, we talk about interdisciplinary approach and all. Even AI and blockchain together are like a lot of opportunities are there. So that way, I'm seeing that not only computer science and engineering, but every stream will come up with this, and even every means that kind of like IoT is there or AI is there. So some part of the curriculum will also have the use cases which will say that how blockchain technology can help the effective implementation of that particular or provide a solution for that particular problem statements. So that way the things will change. And as we want to see the academia ahead to the industry, because research PhD students, MTech students in their research, whatever the challenges are there, research opportunities in this domain, so academia should come up with such good solutions to this. And I just want to see that like we are talking about the women in this technology. So last year also I was a part of this forum, women in technology, on the same day, International Women's Day. So that way I would like to mention that women in blockchain, this technology, as well as she SHE 256, that way. So a lot of things are there. So when women in technology, even industry is preferring to have the girl students in some particular domains also. So there also blockchain, some startups I have seen that they said that we have the positions for the girl students. So that way things are changing, and certainly academia and industry hand in hand can promote the girl students to come and give a solution for the problems which are looking forward to get solved in this blockchain domain. Yeah. Over to you.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Shraddha.
Yeah, I would like to give a little philosophical note about it, because all of us discussed that blockchain is intrinsically collaborative, and it's a woman, it's a woman perspective that she always works in groups. So I think intrinsically, blockchain is better characterized by women leaders. So that was on a little philosophical note. Definitely there has been a progress. I was a part of several panel discussions that happened since morning, and I was so happy to see women leaders there with Jeff, who represent this technology not only at national level but also at international level. So this definitely shows a progressive trend to the women participation in blockchain, and I'm happy to be representing the education part there. Secondly, on the future of the blockchain, yes, the future of the blockchain is definitely dependent on all the hindrances that we talked about, how we address those challenges and hindrances. Lots of things also depend on the regulatory policies as far as our national national level policies that India promotes is done. But definitely decentralization is the next thing that happens. So looking at decentralization per se, I think the future for the blockchain, apps is really great. And we will be looking forward, we hope to be the part of the journey in the future too. So that should be something from my end.
Thank you, Dr. Shraddha. Dr. Neha?
Yeah, I would like to add one thing that about future. So I can see a scope of tremendous growth in this domain. So there are very, very few use cases we have talked about. If we just touch the industry, there is a scope of application in blockchain there. We haven't talked about fair share of even music industry, fair share of people who are associated with various entertainment industry. So things are being downloaded. So when we are giving back control to the person who is the owner of that, will come in a place, then there would be huge, huge scope of work which blockchain can change. The philosophy of wages distribution as well. So I think that's my concluding remark, that we are seeing a potential, huge potential in this domain, and we need to build a skill set. That is our responsibility as academia, that we should be, when there are scope improving, then future generation should be ready for that. So that our part we are doing, we are trying to do a good skill building among students. So we'll do such activities, and thanks to your LFNO India chapter that you are conducting such event, that would be a true barrier basically breaker in such domain.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Anasuya, if it's okay with you, I'll just take like 30 seconds here, not more than that. Well, too many doctors, I'm kind of feeling very small here, but then it's amazing. Congratulations to you all. You put in a lot of effort. And the thing I wanted to add is like there are like industry-wide certifications from ISACA and all this for like I don't know how we can integrate that with the academic institution, or the courses, right? Because how much ever you do the college code, they still look at these industry-wide certifications as biggest qualification. Then the course itself you did for 4 years, So that's one. And another one is one of the colleges reached out to us like to how to bring in this blockchain excitement in the students. Is like a gamifying way of doing it, right? So we are closely working with some of these colleges like on the gamifying way of like bringing it to the students and working along with them to making sure that they understand what exactly goes through rather than just reading through the book, right? Not just a book knowledge. So we work very closely with them. And another is like, if you're interested, like, when we said like we are looking for like industry to have a real life hands-on experience for the students, we would definitely love to work with you. As I said, mentioned earlier, please feel free to reach out to us. And my contact is here. I can also reach out to you all. And that's all one thing. And it was amazing academia. Because of you guys, we are having future blockchain leaders. Thank you so much for bringing them in.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for the good words. Yes. So
Sorry, I
I
lost
believe
power.
everybody gave your closing remarks.
Ma'am, can
Yes.
I just take a minute? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I lost power. I was already speaking about having mentorship and scholarship for women. Just wanted to add one thing, that initially I can start with something like to focus on the blockchain advancements. We can have the online learning and certifications from platforms such as Udacity. Udacity here offers a Hedera DLT course with the certification for that matter. And also lastly, IIT Madras is conducting a few workshops in the upcoming months. So all are welcome to join these workshops. Please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I had a wonderful time talking with you all. See, this panel, all 6 doctors. We never get time to sit and talk with each other, but we had plenty of time to talk with everybody in this panel. Like,
Yes.
I have seen like reaching out to each and everybody. We will be on some other call, meeting, running around. Students will be waiting. So that wonderful time. Thank you. Thanks a lot for joining. And there are like any questions there in the chat? Let me have a look. No, there are no questions. If there are any questions, we are happy to take. Thank you, Daniela, for that response.
Thank you. Thank you, Anusuya, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, everyone.
wonderful ladies.
It was a wonderful host that we had today, and we really enjoyed interacting and sharing our thoughts.
Yes, yes.
We will take only 2 minutes for thanks to everybody.
Yeah, Garima, please come on to stage and you carry on. Like she is waiting to close the session. Yes.
So, like
ahead.
as we conclude, we have listened to all the women in tech. Like we are here to conclude about Women in Blockchain 2025 Season 6 conference organized by LFDT India chapter. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made to this event. First of the foremost, big thanks to Danelia. She has made it, and she has made it wonderful, and she has motivated all of us. Then a special appreciation to all panelists, moderators, speakers. Your expertise, experience, and thoughtful, provoking discussions have truly inspired everyone. From tokenization, digital identity, community adoptions, academia role in the blockchain adoption. Today, conversations are all like across the globe. We are discussing a lot of things. We are from a different part of the globe, and we are discussing on the same topic: tokenization, academic role. It was a wonderful discussion, and I hope we have learned a lot of things from each other today. And to all our attendees, guests, participants, thank you all for your enthusiasm, engagement, and support. Your presence and contribution reflect the growing strength of women in blockchain and Web3 space. A special thanks to Karthik also. Karthik and Vikram, they stayed for the whole session. It was a women session, but they stayed for the whole session, and they're listening to us since morning.
Yes,
So it was
yes,
great.
no,
Thanks
I
to all of
believe
them.
Julian is also there. Like it is,
Julian is also there.
Daniela
Yes.
is there. I could see that she is very tired, but she is
Yeah, I am.
actively sitting and listening.
I couldn't
So that kind of
couldn't
support we
step
want
away.
from all of them. It was a great session, and power to more women to bring here. So now, a thanks to all of you to make it happen. It's for a team effort. So now I want to ask Daniela to say something. Yes,
I just
Daniela.
want to just very quickly, I just want to thank everybody once again for, for gathering everybody, for putting the panels together, for volunteering, for your contributions. It's been a fantastic session. I should be asleep. It's 1 a.m. I'm very tired after traveling all day, as is Sue, I see. But this is what inspiration, this is why I wake up every morning. So thank you.
You were inspiring me though. I saw you online naked myself online.
I think this is very inspiring to see Danielia since the start till the end. I mean, I can look at her and her presence and the spirit. I mean, this is just amazing. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Can you
Thank
all,
you.
if possible, switch on your cameras? We can have a snap, or like it will be there in the recording.
Can you bring all to on the
No, that is what I am trying gallery. Yeah, I got the gallery view. Yes,
Yeah,
whoever is there,
gallery.
please I believe only the panelist is over here, but we have a lot of attendees also. So thank you everyone for listening from the beginning, and probably they don't have access to speak. So do we have any option for them to?
Julian, can you, I no longer have the host. I think Julian, you can make all the attendees.
Julian, you are on mute.
Garima's the host. I'm not the host. Oh, I can grab it back.
Yeah, we
have one panelist and they'll be visible, right?
I can it and I'll get everyone over. Promote.
Yeah, I'm not getting the option to promote. So can you see, Julian? I think we have 8 attendees.
I'm doing that now. Yeah. See, let's see.
Then we can all have a kind of screenshot or selfie so that we can all promote.
Exactly. I don't think we can get everyone on the YouTube though, right?
Yes. It will be there. We can take it from there.
That's a one-way system.
Yes.
Yes, because we're doing all together on a single platform, and it's a hard work of the team members so that everyone can join, and you also get time to join.
Yeah.
So we can take a picture here.
I think I promote them, but they have to come over, right? They have to accept. So I'm doing that. So yeah, I think some of them come.
It is a wonderful day, a day very well spent. So thank you everyone from LFDT India. We thank everybody, and especially LFDT. We have that Daniela here, Julian is here. So irrespective of different time zones, we have the speakers. Magdalena is here, and I believe that Sujata or Sue, Sujata, right? Yes, she is there. And we had Heather over here, and so many other
everybody made it. The good point is everybody made it, and it was a successful event.
Yes,
by the hard work of all. And yes, so this is a good one for all of us.
Who's going to take the picture? We should just take the picture, clapping.
Oh, nice. Who is going to take the?
We all are
Julian, can you take the picture with the full gallery?
I'm taking pictures now. Everyone smile. Cheese.
I should be the better looking one because there are too many beautiful women here.
I've got a few pictures. More people are great.
Switching on their cameras.
Happy International Women's Day, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, guys.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.